Hey, thanks everybody for being patient with us while we got the technology sorted out. Good morning, happy Friday. And let me just, Christy, can you give us a thumbs up if you're hearing us okay? Is it a little bit clearer than before, perhaps? Okay, yeah, it might have just been some of the background noise that was impacting the audio quality. So, yeah, welcome to our Accountability Task Force meeting this rainy Friday. We've got a full agenda. We're going to start this morning with really sort of tidying up some decisions that we left needing to come back to at our November meeting related to affirming the college and career readiness piece, looking again at the growth piece, giving you an update on the language progress decisions. We'll spend a little more time on federal designations. We'll do all that this morning. And then we're going to spend the afternoon in conversations about eliciting your guidance about performance expectations, because we're starting to really look ahead now that we're getting sort of tied up with those refinements to the accountability system. We want to get more emphasis on setting those performance expectations, which is going to happen this summer. So that's just a little scan of the agenda. As we always do, we're going to stay very flexible with the timing. Some of those things in the morning may take longer, and that's fine. We'll read the room and spend the time that we need to. I don't know, I'll pause here to do proper introductions here in just a second. Alan, if there's anything you want to say about the vision, mission, or if we're okay to go to introductions.
I think this group is well aware
Okay.
of the importance of the work that we're doing. So,
Absolutely. Yep. Probably should have led with who I am. Chris Tomaleski with the Center for Assessment. I've had the pleasure of helping coordinate these meetings. Why don't we just go around the room? We'll start with Tim, and we'd love to hear name and organization and role. And we'll make sure we catch our participants online, and then we'll get back into the content.
Eric Pazak, Madison County Schools, Director of Assessment and Accountability.
Morning, Tara Nasha Brown, Greenville Public School District, Principal of Middle School.
Morning, Matt Thompson, Union County School District.
Wayne Brown, Hattiesburg, Director of College and Career
Alicia Connolly, Marion County School District. I wear a lot of hats, especially since my superintendent retired at Christmas.
I resemble that remark.
Thank you. I know this right one.
Lindsay Brett, Lee County Schools,
Lawrence Hudson, Superintendent of the current Western Line School District.
LaVonda White, Rankin County School District, Director of Accountability, Accreditation, and Assessment.
Jackson County School District Principal at Main Lake High School.
Crystal Bates, District Test Coordinator and Curriculum Director of Wayne County School District.
Stephen Hampton, Superintendent, Lamar County Schools.
Ryan Kirkendall, Chief Accountability Officer, DeSoto County.
and I'm Alan Burrow, Associate Superintendent of District School Performance at MDE. And Dr. Vanderford is normally here. She'll be back. She ran over to the legislature to help out. Dr. Evans is out sick today.
And Christy, do you want to introduce yourself?
Christine O'Bannon, Senior Policy Fellow at LNA.
We're glad you could join us remotely. And yeah, I'm always just super impressed when we go around and recognize who's in the room. Really appreciate the time that you devote to this task force, and it's great to work with such an impressive group of leaders and experts. So thank you all for being here again. I gave you a kind of flyover of the agenda. Again, we're going to be flexible and give these topics the time that they're needed. But we'll get into those updates here very shortly. Just remind everybody a few things that I think will be quite familiar to the task force by now. Our role is to help the department make good decisions about the design and implementation of the school system. We try to keep our conversations focused on policy priorities. We try not to get too deep into the technical weeds. Sometimes we pursue that to the extent that it helps us clarify our policy priorities. And then, of course, the work that we do here is one source of recommendation that the department also has other sources of recommendation, and they receive our feedback as advice. I think we have a great tradition of people understanding and respecting these ground rules and group norms. I think the most important thing to emphasize is we always really try to work towards as much consensus as possible in this group, and I appreciate that people really seem to respect that inclination. So we try to learn from one another and build toward shared ideas. I think that has the strongest force of recommendations when we can say that we were fairly unanimous about something. But as has been the case from time to time, and may yet happen again today, we may disagree on things, and if that's the case, we'll just, sometimes we'll take a vote. We'll note what the majority opinion was, and we'll also provide a description and rationale for what any sort of dissenting points of view are. And again, I've no need to linger on this because I think we have a great tradition of people being very respectful and very professional in the way that we do our business. So I thank you for that. All right. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Burrow to take us through some updates.
So it's a busy time with the legislature in session, as y'all might imagine. I was going to try to get Holly Spivey to speak to you and give a legislative update this morning, but she couldn't be here, and Dr. Vanderford's across the street. But I did want to mention that we're tracking, there's 10 bills that are in committees right now related to accountability. And February the 4th is the committee deadline to bring bills out of committee. Let me share my screen.
Okay, do I need to stop?
Okay. So this is a current listing of the 10 bills that I mentioned, and I will forward these to the group. So there's a couple of them that are highlighted in this list that I'll note that are requested from MDE, some technical amendments. And there's a few related to end-of-course assessments in high school, and there's a couple related to how we assign letter grades or whether or not we assign letter grades. So in your time, take a look at these. I think that will be important for us to all be aware of. Next on the list was ACT. So there was a report that the department provided to the legislature as requested on the use of the ACT in lieu of high school end-of-course assessments. And what the department did is we met with several other states who have engaged in this process. Let me see if I can get down to that list. We provided information on which states are actually using the ACT in lieu of end-of-course assessments and for what subject areas, where they are in the peer review process. And then, as I mentioned, we reached out to several states that were currently engaged or have previously been engaged in this process. Alabama, Nebraska, Nevada, Wyoming were states that volunteered to help us with this. We did reach out to all the states, I should say, and these were the ones that we got responses from. We met with them along with several members of the legislature, or several members of the legislature were invited. If they didn't attend, they got access to recordings from these meetings, and we summarized the notes from the recordings. In overall summary of the discussions, states mentioned that moving to the ACT in lieu of end-of-course assessments logistically was more convenient, was less complicated at the State Department level and possibly at the district level, but there were concerns among the states that were participating in the ability of the ACT to measure state standards, and some pretty much reflected that they did not measure state standards. So those are concerns regarding the use of the assessment. There was also requests that we provide some cost analysis around ACT, using the use of the ACT in lieu of end-of-course assessments. in here, I will send this report to the group. So we provided information on the current cost of the ACT, the presumed costs if we were to use the ACT for end-of-course assessment. We would have to be adding on ACT writing and pre-ACT secure to measure growth, and basically found that there wasn't a big difference in cost across the two. But like I said, I can provide this to the group, and y'all can read it in your spare time. Presentation.
Do you want me to just?
Oh, I think NAEP is next. I'm sorry. Let me
Okay.
just switch over to NAEP. Okay, so many of you may have seen this press release from the department. We had NAEP results that came out on the 29th, and I would say that we are in a good position in Mississippi relative to the rest of the nation. We had some good results. In the big picture, Mississippi showed some gains in fourth grade and some recovery through the pandemic, while other states went down. In the eighth grade, we showed some recovery from the pandemic and sustained performance while the rest of the state went down. So this chart that you're looking at was in the press release, and I know it's a little small on the screen, but those little red lines at the top show the progress on the national level in fourth grade reading, math, and eighth grade reading and math from 2013 to 2024. So you can see that there's those downward trends on the national level, while the blue bars reflect the progress that has been made in Mississippi over the same time period. And this is looking at percent proficient or above on NAEP. We had some bright spots in that we were number one in the nation for achieving highest score increases on fourth grade reading and math since 2013. We have increased our ranking in several places, and I'll scroll down to that section. So this table shows the ranking that we've seen. So in 2013, we were 49th or 50th in all of the subject areas. In 2024, fourth grade reading, we're number 10. Fourth grade math, we're 16th. Eighth grade reading, 42nd, and eighth grade math, 36th. Now, part of that is, part of the increase in ranking, especially on the eighth grade side, is because the rest of the nation dropped while Mississippi maintained our progress. And then the next tables show on the left-hand side positive increases in our proficient or advanced from 2013 to 2024 in all four subject areas. And then from 2022 to 2024, we also saw increases in all four areas, while the table on the right-hand side reflects the national results. So you see in the national level from 2013 to 24, there's been decreases in the percent of students proficient in all four areas. And then from 22 to 24, there was a decrease in reading, fourth grade reading, no change in eighth grade reading, and then some minor increases in math at the eighth grade level and a 5-point increase in, fourth grade level math. So I would take this as to be some good results. We certainly have some progress that we need to make in eighth grade, as do other states, but we had a good outcome from that. Christy, did you want to contribute anything further to that? I know you had some thoughts.
Yeah, I further looked at it for demographics as well. And Mississippi fourth grade free-reduced break lunch and Hispanic students in reading ranked first in the nation. So you are better off being a Hispanic or low-income student in Mississippi than anywhere else in the country for reading. Third for Black and seventh for white. So as peer groups, the they are outperforming peers across the country, but because of the demographic composition, their ranking overall is higher than what any of your student group ranks. And that's consistent across all the student groups. For fourth grade math, Hispanic and free and reduced price lunch students are second, Black students are third in the nation, white students are 11th. Even though it's 16th overall, student groups, if you break them out, are doing better nationally. Same with math, 10th in the nation for Hispanic and free and reduced price lunch in 8th grade math, 11th for Black students for math, and 28th for white students in 8th grade math. Even though the ranking is 35th, all the student groups perform well above their counterparts nationally. So I was absolutely thrilled with the results. It's a true testament to how much you all are committed to high standards and expectations in the work that's being done in classrooms. So I would be very excited about this. It shows the commitment and dedication, and hoping Mississippi stays the course to improve these rankings even further.
Thank you, Christy. Okay, so we have a lot of work to do today, so I'm going to end my part, and we'll get back on the agenda.
Yeah, I just want to amplify what Alan and Christy said about the NAEP results. I don't know if you've been following any of the discourse nationally about it, but when the results came out earlier this week, pretty much the national response was, ouch, that it looked very dismal for almost every state. Very few bright spots with this year's NAEP, and Mississippi is one of them. And so I do think that's worth pausing and acknowledging. And it matters to me for a lot of reasons, not least of which is the state's technical advisory committee has always elevated the importance of NAEP scrutiny, because we've been looking at rising state test scores for a long time when other states have been looking at stagnant test scores. And we've been saying corroborating evidence will help us feel more confident about that. And this is a good example of that corroborating evidence. So yeah, it's really worth amplifying that these are very positive results and a real credit to the great work that everybody's doing in the state. So, and people are talking about Mississippi. That's really not empty rhetoric. That is a fact. Yeah. All right, let me share screen, and let's see, I think it worked when I did. I think this is the way to do it. Let me try one more time. Sorry about this. I think I can. Screen isn't. That might be it. There we go. Okay, so as I signaled earlier when we were giving you sort of a high-level review of the agenda, we glumped up these 3 items in what we're calling follow-up items. I'll be honest with you, colleagues, I don't know if we're going to go through these rapidly and you're going to say, sounds good to me, let's check that off the list and keep moving, and we'll go through these, or if we are going to end up having more substantive conversations, we'll go where this takes us. But we think that particularly with college and career readiness, which is the first one we're going to start with, that we have, we've looked at that at multiple meetings. We think we've heard your advice loud and clear and that we're ready to finalize that, but we wanted to do one last check with this group. You would have seen, if you had a chance to look over the notes from our November meeting, where we think the conversation ended. I'm going to review that with you just now. We're going to talk about the decisions, particularly for the index as it relates to assessment performance and to the overall weights. And we just want to hear you let us know that we have recorded your advice accurately, because one of the things that Alan and his team are going to do fairly quickly after this meeting is start to write up ESSA amendments. And we want to make sure that we're doing so with sort of faithful to the guidance that we're getting here. So college and career readiness, You've seen this chart multiple times. At the last meeting, we didn't spend as much time really with the first two rows as we did with the third row. And you may recall that we talked explicitly about ACT and SAT performance when we had that conversation in November. And I think I have this slide really makes it a little more clear. It's easier to read. Your advice in November was, instead of having, we had, you may remember the version we took to you in November had multiple sub-score targets and relationships among those targets. And what we heard from the task force is just move that up to super score thresholds throughout and make those equivalent with the SAT so that it's an equal level of rigor for the ACT and the SAT. It's a little more simple and streamlined. I don't think we made any adjustments at the last meeting about work keys or ASVAB. But our central question to start with here is, when you look at this chart, if you've had a chance to look at the meeting notes, does this reflect the task force guidance? Are there any additional conversation or adjustments that you would propose to make with respect really to any part of the College Career Ready Index that we've been talking about for many months now, but particularly with this section since it's been the focus of so much conversation in particular?
I'll tell y'all, just because, you know, from the August way without the super score, the way we left it in August to the way that you see it up on the screen in November, I just ran our district and all the high schools. Except for the district, I mean, it's a 0.9 difference from what we had in August, so we're not talking anything crazy substantial as far as points.
So in terms of impact in DeSoto, you found it to be very similar?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Microcosm, or your.
We're a microcosm of the state. We have everything that y'all have in one. And so, just for curiosity, if you're curious, so the way that we currently do CCR versus what you see on the screen, now it's a positive 3.7 for the district. I would find, you'd probably find something similar, so.
Any other discussion about this? Again, all of this work has been in service to broadening this indicator so that we incorporate more career-ready outcomes. We've tried at every step of the conversation in our work with this task force to make sure that there are pathways for college, for career, for military, that we recognize different decisions that students make about what their post-secondary priorities are. We've tried to reflect that in the accountability model. The second question related to this is one more look at the overall points. Again, this is something that we talked about in November. This is something you would see written up in our notes for the November meeting. When it came to weights, the advice that we heard from the task force was pretty much leave them the same, except with U.S. history. Take those points and reallocate them to readiness, as you see displayed in this chart here. And we did take a note at the November meeting that that was contingent on U.S. history being sunset, that if it wasn't going to be sunset, then your advice would change, that you would want it reflected in the model. So that's what we've put in the notes. If U.S. history is going to be retired, then we would propose to use those 50 points, 47.5 if EL progress is in the model, and reallocate them all to readiness. It gives readiness a little more of a bump than it was, as you can see in this chart.
I'll bring something up on the last slide, the ACT slide.
Oh, you want to go back?
Please.
Yeah.
So if you look, it goes a 2-point jump from 15 to 17, and then a 3-point jump, and then a 5-point jump. Should we stay consistent and do a 2-point jump, a 3-point jump, and then a 4-point jump? Just something to consider.
I think one of the reasons why those numbers were attractive to the task force in previous meetings were that they were correspondent to the SAT thresholds, and that was a value to the task force. So if we do that, we may be out of sync with SAT, but I just offer
They
that.
were also tied to some qualifications for scholarship. So there were other considerations other than it just being equal steps we were looking for meaningful scores. And that's one of the reasons, the ASVAB, the 93 down there, that's the top grade on the ASVAB assessment. And then the ASVAB, 31 in the first box, while it doesn't necessarily tie to the 15 on the ACT, that's the minimum entry for military service. So some of these things they're not going to be just divided up equally like that.
No, but I appreciate you raising that. This is the time to get our comments on the table. So, yep. Yeah. Okay, so any additional comments about overall points? Shifting those U.S. history points, if that test is retired, to readiness, as you see displayed, on the condition that U.S. history would be sunset. Mhm. I'm going to have to let Mr. Burrow handle that, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a question we've been getting a lot. As of now, the assessment is still required. So the only thing we're talking about at the moment is removing it from accountability measures. And then the next step would be the question of, is the assessment required? The question that's not in conversation at this point is graduation requirement. So to take whether or not U.S. history is part of graduation requirement is not in question at the moment.
House Bill 443, currently, I'm not sure where it is in the process, but it has it removed completely. Okay, so, and it's past the first stage, so it's in the queue or whatever they want to call it. And so, I thought we put a disclaimer, maybe, and I thought that's what you read, like if the assessment stays, we got to revisit this. For somehow, we've got to come back to the table and revisit this. If there's a snag somewhere along the line and the assessment stays, because your point is the first point I think we made. If there's an assessment, then it's got, and it's going to be, there's going to be a student accountability level, then there's got to be school and district accountability level.
That's the distinction I heard. If there's consequences for students, there should be consequences for schools, is what I heard from the committee. And
I think it needs to be communicated clearly that we're not going to stop teaching U.S. history. The kids will still take U.S. history. Sometimes assessment to a requirement, and you think you get those confused because there's a difference between course offerings and assessments. So.
Yeah, because one of the thoughts was if we're going to emphasize other assessments related to, let's say, the 3 E's of employment, role, enlist, and for instance, the ASVAB becomes more of a prominent assessment, the hope would be is there would be another assessment that would not be as emphasized as much, and we would maybe have a little less testing if we might have more testing on the military side, for instance. The other thing, too, with the question that we're getting in our district is if the U.S. history test is no longer tied to accountability for school or individual students, then what are we going to do as far as with the students who are taking the assessment this spring or who have already taken the assessments? I don't know if we got in quite to the weeds of that in the past meetings, but just wanted to make the department aware that that is a question that actually not just in our districts that has come up, but attending a few conferences since our last meeting, that has come up as well. So.
Yeah, and Dr. Vanderford can probably speak to that later if you want to bring that up again, since she has a rich history in accreditation and all of those changes to graduation requirements that have occurred in the past. So there's some precedents around changing graduation requirements. For example, when we added the concordance table, that sort of thing. So we'll probably follow some of that precedence as much as possible, but, you know, if you can remember to bring that up when we have open discussion at the end, maybe we can talk about that a little bit more.
So as a point of clarification, the House bill doesn't address Greg's point at all. So I'm assuming it's going to have to be done in MDE policy because we'd have to revise the 3,800 policies clearly. So, you know, like, does it apply to a cohort? Is it cold turkey? You know, these kind of things. The bill language doesn't address it at all, which almost makes it look like it's cold turkey. But MDE's policy obviously could, you know, make that more specific. So
Yeah, I think that's.
That was,
gonna be
that was the
board
question I was
policy.
gonna ask. What part of this U.S. history requirement is legislation and what part of it is State Board of Education policy? Which parts of it?
Yeah.
What I'm going to take as a note here, check me on this, colleagues, is, you know, again, affirming that this recommendation is contingent on U.S. history not having any student-level consequences. And related to that, the task force is raising the point that we're going to need a transition plan that addresses students who are sort of still in the pipeline to test and how this is going to impact that overall or composite performance on graduation requirements. So that's something that we'll just make prominent in the notes and may be a topic for future task force meetings. That's helpful. Anything else on this? I feel like there needs to be like some trumpet fanfare or something. We've been dealing with this for so long. It's been months and months and months. So I feel like this is a nice moment that we're tying this up. Yeah. Okay.
One
Yeah,
note that
of course.
I caught on the previous slide, because we were discussing the super score versus what's existing there prior, an 18 or a 22. And we used the SAT score 180, that corresponds to a 21 on the ACT. So we may need to revise that if we're using the 20 super score to a 1040 on SAT score. So
What was that House bill?
Is that something that,
just wanted to get that.
okay, is that something that we overlooked in our previous meetings, or is that some new information?
Well, in the previous meeting, we still had a 17 in English or a 22 in reading and math, and so we used the 21 for SAT.
All right.
And we switched to the super score.
1,200.
We need
Okay,
to-
I'm going to make a note here that we're going to affirm that the SAT values are at corresponding rigor for the
Right.
ACT value.
That's what we need. So there is a table that is put out by ACT, and I believe SAT does one as well that does that linking, so we'll just make sure that those link up appropriately.
I have a question for Ryan. Ryan, when you ran your numbers, did it affect schools' demographics and previous scoring differently? I mean, so
No.
it should be okay.
yeah, like that was because we have all of that, so I'm able to look at that. So no, ironically, that you want to be honest, if there was a slant either way, it was the lower socioeconomic that it helped more.
That's what we ran ours too.
And that's both. That's comparing how we do it now versus how we originally had it in August. If you want to find a little bit more of a slant, the lower socioeconomic benefited more.
All right, good. Thanks for that catch, Alan. So, all right, I'm going to move on. If there's no further discussion, don't want to push the pace faster than people want. We have an update to give you in the progress in English language proficiency topic. As we explained, this we dealt with, I think, right at the end of the November meeting. We didn't get a chance to dive into it super deep, but we acknowledge that we're transitioning to a new English language proficiency test. The former test, Lost Links, is going to be replaced by ELPA 21. Since the tests aren't comparable, it necessitates a change to the progress and English language proficiency indicator. And as we noted, it also gives us an opportunity to refine and improve the indicator. And you may remember we've been working with Dr. Pete Goldschmidt, who's done some national research on this, who's been in partnership with the department to talk about factors that we might want to take into account, such as time to exit and differentiated thresholds depending on starting position. So we wanted to roll in this transition with some of those features. And at the time, I was optimistic. My optimism has been dampened since then. I was optimistic that we could get a waiver from U.S. Department of Education to suspend EL calculations, and I had some correspondence with them about that. And the upshot was they said they've never given a waiver for this, and don't get your hopes up. So that led us to quickly say, well, we need a plan B. We need to be able to come up with a way to continue including progress in English language proficiency in the accountability system. When I corresponded with the U.S. Department of Ed, I said, can you give me some examples of how other states have gone through this? And they did. I think Washington State was one I found particularly helpful. So what I wanted to do with the task force today is sort of describe what I think is the general character of a transition plan. We don't have the technical details to give you right now, but if the task force thinks that that plan is reasonable, we'll work with Dr. Goldschmidt, with the TAC to refine all of that. But it gives at least Alan and his colleagues an opportunity to get that plan in writing to the U.S. Department of Ed so that when he submits the amendment, he can address this transition. We talked at the last meeting about value tables as the preferred methodology for calculating progress, not to go down a road that we probably don't need to go down at length, but when we're dealing with progress in language proficiency, there's obviously a number of ways that can be calculated, and there's examples across the country of states that use student growth percentiles, or value-added models, or regression approaches. In Mississippi, as with many, many states, we have a tradition of using value or transition tables. That's the like 1A to 1B, 2A to 2B model that you're quite familiar with. We use that for overall growth, and we use that for language proficiency. And our recommendation is to stick with that methodology. It's got a strong both technical and policy value to it. And so that's the methodology we're going to try to tether this to. We do think it makes sense to allow up to 6 years to attain proficiency, depending on the starting level, and awarding points based on the percent of progress demonstrated, which again is totally in line with the way it's done currently and the way that many states do it, we think is the right method to elevate in Mississippi's solution. We were, again, this is all sort of covering ground that we discussed a little bit in November. We thought that an example from Nebraska was particularly instructive. They're an ELPA 21 state who also uses value tables, and this is an example that was inspired by Nebraska's approach that we thought could have some applicability to the way we think about design here in Mississippi. What that does is you divide those ELPA 21 levels, they're emerging, progressing, and proficient, into subcategories. So you have like emerging low, emerging high, progressing low, progressing medium, progressing high, and then proficient. And then you put together this, transition table, again, which should look very familiar to you because we use one in regular growth. And we think that kind of methodology can be very promising to help track how students are moving through that continuum of language proficiency expertise over years. Once we put this table together, then we'll just apply the same methodology that's been used in the past. So all of that is mostly a refresher to what we talked about in November. But because we won't be able, what I wanted to do, I shouldn't say what I wanted to do, what I thought might have been a good way to do this, and I think there was general agreement at the time, was to just put EL proficiency on pause for a year until we had 2 years of ELPA 21 and then bring it back into the model. Now you know that that's unlikely to be approved. I don't know, there's a new administration, there may be more flexibility now than in the past, so that's a possibility still, I suppose. But developing, we think that the way to do this, and this was inspired by some of the examples that U.S. Department of Ed shared with us, is to develop a concordance table between Lost Links and ELPA 21. And we can use sort of previous research about the relationship between those tests, and we can use statistical analyses such as equipercentile or regression. Basically, we can take previous years of Lost Links and look for what their corresponding values are on ELPA 21 to use that as a proxy for, like, what if we had given ELPA 21 instead of Lost Links in the past year? What's our best estimate of where the student would have been? Let's use that to construct the tables moving forward. Some of you may remember, this is almost like a word that might inspire some PTSD. It's almost reminiscent of like the bridge scale that the state did when we were transitioning general assessments in the
There's
past.
fewer and fewer people that remember that.
Yeah.
But I mentioned it at Mass this week, and I didn't get too much response from
Yeah,
everybody.
I noticed when you said it, you sort of ducked.
Because it's just very complicated, and it's, we don't want people to just eyes glaze over when we talk about it. We want to be very clear about what we're doing and why we think it accomplishes our priorities here.
The unfortunate thing, though, I want to point out is that instructors are used to having their goals for the year on Lost Links, and we haven't been able to provide that this year with the new assessment. So, and we're not going to be able to really measure the performance on those growth targets until we get this data in. Just to make that, because we've had a lot of questions around that.
This is just a visual that is intended to show what I've been trying to say. I don't know how clear I've been, but these percentages are 100% made up. It's just illustrative. So, but I wanted to explain conceptually what we'd be doing, working with Dr. Goldschmidt, with the TAC, with my colleagues and I at the center. We'll take that ELPA 21 scale. You see that pictured on the right-hand side. And we'll look at the percentages of students that are scoring in each category. So you see in this depiction, like 11% emerging low, 24% emerging high, and map it back to Lost Links and say, what are those values that produce similar impact? It's another way to describe equipercentile equating. And once we do that, then we can come up with, we can provide kind of a statistical answer to the question, what's our best estimate of what would have happened if we'd given Lost Links in previous years? And we can use that to estimate performance across those years. So that, and again, that's a methodology that other states have used, and we think will pass muster with the feds.
Go a little more back. Okay, last bullet there. We're talking about overall accountability. I mean, what are we talking about? You just referring to the EL aspect? Are we talking about overall? What are we talking about there?
Well, what I wanted to do is acknowledge that we need data from the spring administration to do this research. And I don't know how long it's going to take to get that data and do it, and I wanted to raise the issue that it could cause a delay in reporting accountability scores in the fall of '25. Now, I think that that's unsurprising because we got to set standards and do other things this summer anyway, and I think all of that combined will be the source of a lengthier timeline than has been the case in the past. But this would be another rationale of why it's going to take some more time.
Past year, accountability was approved by the board in September.
Yeah, September.
Whereas in some years, it's been even October.
As we try to make sure it's in September. I would hope to say that that's going to be a worst case scenario for this. Now our cuts for letter grades for this year will remain. But I don't know how long it's going to take to.
The good news is these tests are given a little earlier than the general assessments. They're given in March and April. Is that? Yeah.
And I want to say that even with one of the advantages potentially of switching to this new vendor is that they were going to have scores back earlier. Is that what they said in the webinar earlier this week?
Yeah, she gave us the date. It may have been May,
Yeah, almost before we were out of
Yeah.
school.
which means they get them before that.
But it may be that this is not very much impact. I just wanted to put all the considerations on the table. Yeah.
Now, those of us who run accountability projections, you're going to have zero way to do this. You know, that because, I mean, he's going to be doing all this
Yeah.
work internally, so we're not going to be able to have any idea what EL is going to look like, just making sure everybody
Yeah,
understands
you're
that.
probably just going to have to use your history, historical scores.
Can I ask two, are we ready for comments, or you still got slides? Okay. Or questions? So this is like really blind. You know what I mean by that? Because it's a new vendor, a new scoring system. Let's just say there's a lot of administration aspects that we're all learning at the moment to even pull this test off in a month. And so I got one, it wouldn't even be apples to apples, but is there a way to go back to 22, 23, no, yeah, 22, 23 lost links, and then 23, 24 lost links, do the same thing, and see what that data looks like doing this system? But again, that's not apples to apples, because I feel like this new test and this new vendor is going to change EL scoring a little bit more. I'm not saying which way, it's just so different. So that's not even apples to apples, but at least maybe it wouldn't be as blind, because this is really blind, you know, doing this with the new vendor and seeing this. And then there's no way to, like, it's just going to be, here's the accountability, right? I mean, because we're on a timeline. The other thing is this, I'm not saying I'm in favor of this, I'm just asking, is this possible? Because to me, if you're bridging an old system and a new system, you really have two options. You make the old new or the new old. So is it possible to make the new old and still run the old accountability system, and then we run the new accountability system with the value table as we do everything new next year? Just a thought.
I mean, I think these are very thoughtful contributions, and just to sort of say back what you're saying is, because we don't really know what the impact of ELPA 21. I think what Ryan is saying is, rather than go backwards and say, what would it have looked like if we gave ELPA 21 in previous years, and let's run that to do our bridge both for this year and forward, go the other direction. Say, what would it look like if we were still given lost links this year, even though we're given ELPA 21, and use that to compute sort of this final year under the old system before we transition to the new system.
Because we all understood it when we were approving this new value table for EL, it was going to be with everything that's new. And now we'd have this one little standout that's blind, that nobody has any idea, that's on its own right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate we couldn't have had it
Yeah.
be the next year, and then
I'm trying to figure out a way to still do what we want to do, but appease the USD.
I think it's a very clever proposal, and I can see why it's very attractive. What I would propose, if it's agreeable to the task force, is why don't we, because you use the word blind many times, and you're 100% right. We just don't know what we don't know right now. Why don't we wait and see what the impact looks like and bring it back to this task force and say, here's what we have with the impact based on ELPA 21, mapped back to lost links. Here's what it would look like if we kept lost links. And I think we should have some time to look at that and have a discussion. And, you know, another approach we could do, again, I don't happen to think it's a great approach, but you may tell me that you like it better than what we're talking about, is we could ask US Ed to just affirm, just hold the impact from last year, and just say, you know, we're not waiving it. We're just saying whatever a school had in '24, that's what they're going to have in '25.
That's the best option. Right? If you can do that, that's the best option.
Well,
that-
haven't we, with transition to science and some other assessments in the past, there's been precedent where we've taken the higher of the two for districts.
Right.
They won't do a higher of two. We've tried that in other states, and they've been very clear that, I mean, again, maybe
We may
this-
have done it in the past. But we've
It's
checked
come up
and,
in
yeah.
conversation a
It
lot
feels
recently.
great. I think you're right. We did it with science and we did various things, but it sounds like EL is different on the USD. They just don't give a lot of wiggle room based on what I mean. I've never talked to USD directly
They
about it,
just
obviously,
want it
but
to
you guys,
be-
what y'all say?
They want it to be an equal measure of performance, however we do it. The same thing needs to be applied to everybody, basically.
So what happens if a school did not have an EL last year, but has an EL this year?
It would be what last year is.
That'd be another complication.
But suppose that school does well.
Well, but there's no, well, there's no
What
way to
happens in
know
a
it.
year?
Nobody's
What I'm
gonna know
saying,
if they
based
do
on-
well because we're not gonna be able to run it.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'd say the answer to.
Well, what's gonna happen if they don't, they say, no, you're gonna run it? I mean, something has to happen. Something is gonna happen, right? If we don't get any waivers or anything, something will be
Oh, well.
reported.
You're
some
saying
kinda way.
do both anyway.
Right, because we work hard and we spend a lot of money in EL and we work hard to get those. And last year, one of my schools they had like 16 students, but only 8 met the end count. But this year, all of those 16 of those students, we're working hard and we're hopeful that they do well. So I'm just saying, if you didn't last year, but you do this year, then I don't think we need to just take that off the table.
Yeah, my immediate instinct is, and agreement that if a school doesn't have an in count, they just don't get it reported. Same as if we weren't transitioning tests. You don't have an EL group, you don't have an EL group, the points go to the other indicators. Now, what would you do if you said you're just going to carry over that from the previous year?
Well, the good news that you just told me, because Stephen and I were under the impression that like we were against the deadline because we assumed this had to go out for APA and you're trying to submit your waiver and all this stuff. So if what you just said, the timeline, that we have a little time to try some of these options, see if the USD would be okay with taking last year, that's great.
I think what I was recommending in terms of the strategy of the USDE is describe the methodology in the amendment request. Because I think the department needs to get that in their inbox so that they do not have to wait for something. And I think it can be written in a way that it gives us the latitude to make some technical adjustments that I've seen this happen in the states. In other words, Mississippi submits an amendment that says, given a new test, we're going to look at the statistical correspondence between it and the former test. We're going to use that to construct a transition table. We'll be able to do that when we get our data this spring. And that's our methodology. And that gives us some wiggle room. That would be different than making a claim that we just want to carry over impact from the previous year.
To Lawrence's, we have to run it because then when we start, we got to look at it as we get ready to do this next stage, right? So we're going to have to run it one way or another, and we're going to have to run it that next year. So, you got to establish some procedures anyway. Yeah.
The benefit of having it at this point is we'll have that data off of the new assessment. Yeah.
I don't want to open this can of worms, but I do just want to seek some advice and see if there's some behind doors conversations. That if the current situation politically continues and we lose those students, but they don't withdraw, we're losing not only in-council, we're losing 95% going below that. Are there, I just don't want to open it up for this, but are there conversations on contingency plan, what to do with the school who loses children suddenly and for immigration reasons, and they drop below that 95%, or they're not going to take the LP anyway?
Right.
Yes, we've had some conversation about that. There's, looking at participation rates, we're looking at all students enrolled in the month of assessment, so month 8. So if they're not enrolled in month 8, then they're not going to be included in participation measures. I don't know that we have any other guidance as far as like impact on performance at this point.
So I'm a little unclear where we stand in terms of the accountability task force recommendation here. Is there, and again, I think we could, one way to wrap this up is to say, task force agrees that computing it based on examining the statistical correspondence between assessments and just sort of be silent on which direction that's in until we have impact data. You guys follow me? I'm just saying, we endorse the methodology that we're going to try to link lost links in ELPA 21. We're going to look at these analyses in the spring before we decide whether those standards are linked current to back or back to current. And at least then we have an overall method that we're looking at, and we can bring that into standard setting this summer. That's one option. A second option would be, even if we're doing that, you want to recommend affirming the previous year's results.
I want to combine the options. You know what I mean? Not make them split options. Like, you know what I mean? Like sort of get ready for both. Like, hey, we're going to have to either run the data, bring the old to the new to the old, and do it the old way, do it the new way, which however that ends up turning out, and also be posing to the USD. If we look at this and we've got issues, could we have an option of using last year's? You know, does that make sense?
I hear what you're saying. No, and I really, I didn't mean that wasn't
Yeah.
loaded with any inference
Yeah.
there. I was just sort of imagining like how we would write that up.
Right.
Here's what we think we're going to do, but we may do this other thing. Give us the go-ahead to do.
Well, just because, again, either method is somewhat blind. I feel like you bring in this year's and making it equivalent to lost links and doing the old way is less blind. Does that make sense? But
We have to get prepared to have a new metric. That's not debatable. And I guess we just need an answer for US Ed to say, what are we going to do during this transition year?
the simplest way may be to do your original proposal, make the old new, run the new value, since we got to do it anyway when we get ready to reset cuts and look at everything, and ask the USD, because of that, we're going to, use last year's data for the most part. You see what I'm saying? I mean, and then you could also do that. That could maybe be what Lawrence was asking, like, hey, if they didn't have EL and now they have EL, and those kind of things. Part of the reasoning, I mean, this test administration, when you test EL students, it's really different than just testing all of your general population on MAP, and changing vendors doesn't have the impact that this is about to have. Now, I can't tell you the scoring is going to be different, but getting ready for this test, I'm put my test coordinator hat on for a second, forget the test accountability director side. I mean, this test is different. So getting ready for this, it's really different. So we hadn't seen it yet. We're all, it's just a different kind of, process. The scoring is completely different. They don't even give a scale score. The way that they rate them is based on domain. They put it together. You got to meet all the domains to exit. This is just really different. So.
Christie's comments earlier about our NAEP assessment scores, hopefully feds will realize that we are making a attempt to support our subgroup students. Maybe there'll be have to look at alternate type proposals than in years past potentially.
Okay, so let me, I guess there's a couple of things. We can either lead with the sort of carryover prior year as our transition plan. Or it goes without saying that during that time, we have to look at what the new methodology is going to be. Just do the estimate of the new methodology, which is kind of where we started this conversation today. And I hear, Ryan, you almost suggested, try to give wiggle room for doing either based on what we find. Yeah, I mean, I think we could, I'm trying to think of like how we'd write that up. I think we would say this, we describe our methodology and then say we're going to wait to get impact data before we decide whether to apply some version of that methodology or carry over the old ratings. Is that agreeable to the task force if we try that? And then that, obviously that's a pledge to come back to this group and probably others. And I guess if they say no, we'll bring that back to the group and say we have more work to do. Okay. Yeah, but I can certainly appreciate how, you know, the uncertainty that makes this a tougher conversation. Yeah, that's, we don't know what we don't know, and we would love to be able to have some data to look at when we have this conversation. All right, thank you for that. Let me check. Yeah, we're a little over on time, but that's okay. I think, like I said, we knew that we'd need to be flexible with the agenda here. Growth is the last what I'm calling follow-up topic here. I'm fairly certain this isn't going to make everybody happy, but I think I just owe the task force candor kind of where we are on this topic here. The background, which you heard in previous meetings, that we have acknowledged before, feedback that we need to examine growth points, particularly for that category 3 and that pass range, that there's been some questions about whether it's sufficiently sensitive, whether we're crediting students who either maintain or progress in there as we should. When we talked about it back in November, there were sort of two ideas that were on the table. One, there was an idea that we award some points for remaining in category 3 without attaining any progress. So if you stay in 3A or you stay in 3B, maybe you get a half point, maybe you get a full point. And our follow-up is that recommendation is not going to be endorsed by the department. That's just not consistent with the department's policy priorities. The notes that we took from November was that if we can't do that, then adding an additional growth category, a 3C, would be something that you would support. So I guess the question that we're coming, this just as a reminder, we looked at some analyses in November. We saw that there was a modestly favorable impact. If you add that 3C in math, it's a little more substantial for ELA. And the question that we wanted to bring back to the task force is, do you support adding that 3C for growth? Because again, we want to tie up loose ends. If that's what we're going to do, we need to build out the methods to implement it, and we need to put it in the waiver, or the amendment request.
So I guess if we are looking at the cut scores and increasing cut scores, then I guess I'm asking, what is the difference if we, with the last few presentations that MDE, Dr. Evans, been going around to different regions, and we've been doing these presentations on this, I guess, what an A looks like and possibly having a minimum amount of proficiency of certain categories to be a A, B, C, D, or whatever, then why is the growth, then that means this inflation of growth will be taken care of anyway. And I just wanted to be clear, because maybe I missed something, but I don't remember the recommendation being that from the task force that, yes, we were more supportive of 3C versus, because I remember Matt and I and a few others were very, very hard on looking at the possibility of that maintaining in that passing category and even the possibility of a half point. So I want to know, did I miss something? Was that the recommendation? It was reported that this was the recommendation from the task force. I don't remember that being like our final decision or recommendation to go with the 3C versus the possible or the potential of maintaining. So that's the part that I'm left kind of unclear on.
Well, starting with the last point first, I think what I recall and what we tried to reflect from November was if there could be some points allocated for staying in level 3, that many people supported that. But if that wasn't going to happen, then the 3C option would be attractive.
Right, but the message is that the recommendation of the task force has been to move forward with the possible 3C. I haven't heard in any of these presentations, Mr. Scott, when he presented at Delta State, I stood up and said the same thing. I don't remember in any of these presentations any mentions of the possibility of any points for maintaining at that 3 level. All I've heard is the recommendation has been 3C, and I just said, I didn't remember that being the recommendation.
Okay, well, I'll say two things then. I mean, we did acknowledge that was raised at the November meeting. It is in the November notes, and we'll affirm that in these notes again. And it'd be an example of what I said when we talked about sort of group norms, that if there's a position that this group feels strongly about, but it's not going to make its way to a recommendation, then we will acknowledge the position and the rationale for it. And so I'll take that as my responsibility to make that prominent in the notes. But again, I also thought it was my responsibility to just be super honest with you and say, the department's not going to move forward with that. And so that doesn't mean that folks can't say, well, hey, I want on the record. This is what I think is a better approach. But it's not going to be something the department's going to move forward with.
If there's a 3A, 3B, 3C, a 3A would be just like, for example, a 1050 to a 1055 to a 1059, a 1060 to a 1064. That's what we're talking about?
Yeah, it divides up nicely.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you were feeling that that would be something that would be more favorable at the table than the other? Is that what you?
Right. If we're not
okay.
doing points for
I
staying in
can
3,
understand that
then,
part,
then
but
this
that's not
would
how it's
be,
been reported.
for some of you, would be maybe a less favorable, but still better than doing nothing option. For others, it's probably the one you would like the most, but it's something that would get broad support in the absence of doing nothing else.
And so that's why I started my
Yeah.
comment the way that I did, because if we're saying we may not look at that possibility of the half a point or maintaining the 3A, 3B, because maybe it will inflate the growth or whatever the reason that it may not be supported. But if we're saying that you have to have a certain proficiency to be an A, B, C, or whatever, if we add in that, then it really doesn't matter if I get 100 points in all the growth categories and 10% proficiency across the board. I still won't get to a certain level without the proficiency. So I'm saying, why would that not be a consideration if we're adding this other component that will take care of any growth inflation? That's all I'm saying.
I hear what you're
I'll
saying.
second, because I do have some concerns that there are school districts and schools out there that have higher proficiency rates, and they are rated B level than some of the A-level schools and districts that have higher growth rates. Our goal is to proficiency. that exacerbate that? This will, the 3C exacerbate that?
Stance on it last time. You know, of course, to go with the majority, whatever, we added 3C, but my question was, on down the line, our goal is to get to proficiency, we're still gonna have the same problem by when you cut this into 3C. Our students are not moving over to 4. So at what point are we gonna look at the thresholds to get for the scoring of the cut score for 4? And when I mentioned about instruction, not saying teachers teaching, I'm just saying the curriculum, looking at instruction, because our goal is for proficiency. And so if we cut it at 3C right now, on down the line, we still gonna have all of those students that may end up to 3C, and we still can't get them over the threshold of a 4.
But we're not changing proficiency levels.
No.
Trying to,
Right.
to get to
But I'm saying
1065.
at some point, we gotta look at those thresholds to make, that students are a level 4. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, we can add another cut, but you're still gonna have the same concerns on down the line.
I think I hear what people are saying. And one, superintendent, his point is, like, if this is about a worry of inflation, then wouldn't that be addressed when the new cuts are being set? But I would counter that this isn't really about sort of score inflation. This is about sort of a principled view of what should be, what kind of performance we want to reward and incentivize in the accountability system. That the target is proficiency. The points for, again, we're talking about students who aren't showing progress at this point. So if a student who is at a level 4 or higher and they're staying in that, then the model right now rewards that. But the model is, it's inconsistent with the department's priorities to say we're going to do that if you're below proficient. You got to show some progress. So the department's willing to say, we'll try to make that progress more granular, but we're not going to award points for being below level 4 if you're not moving up a step. And so, I mean, so it's really not about potential inflation. I think it's about just keeping the policy targets where they are.
I think some of the conversation is because when we met with the lieutenant governor, he specifically said that we have to do something about this accountability model because you have schools that's with very little proficiency. So I do think that in some branches of bodies, entities that's meeting, that is a huge conversation about the inflation and the growth, meaning we have to set some cuts for A, B, C, D, F in the proficiency range in order to take care of it. And so my question is, are we setting those? What about a school that meets those proficiencies? I had a school a couple of years ago that was a BEAD, and they were like 65% proficiency on each of the three, an average of each of the three tests at a 700-point school. And the school was a B because they had growth like in the 40s and 50s, and I think they may have had one box, low math, 25 math was like 75. But I'm saying that if you meet, just like we're saying, if you get all this growth but no proficiency, then you'll be here. And what about schools that may get the proficiency but stuck in the 3B or that 3 range, and so they're not getting any growth, but they're getting the proficiency? So what's been looked at on the top end versus just at the bottom end?
Well, and our conversations, even this afternoon, should get at some of that, because I would say that all of that is up for renewed discussion when we set those cuts. Yeah.
And it will be. I mean, that's going to be the way that we address those concerns that we're hearing across the street about there being too much weight on growth versus proficiency. The standard setting process is meant to address some of those concerns.
Yeah.
Do that. This was, I mean, you said it very well earlier about the department's position, but we've been talking about 3C for several years, and the desire when it first came up was to show smaller increments of growth in this performance level that students tend to progress slowly through. And if we can do that by adding a 3C, the department supports doing that. as long as it's technically sound, and I think we've discussed that as well, it's beyond the standard error measure. The department does not support recognition of performance that is below proficient because the goal is reaching proficient. And students that are languishing at level 3 are expected to make progress and become proficient. No,
We're talking 26.
25-26. 25-26.
Christy, I see your hands up.
Yeah, if the question is, do you support adding a level 3C to growth? I would not support adding a level 3C to growth. I think the same concerns as was stated earlier is we add this level, the growth isn't as meaningful to students. It's not as incentivized to get students to push to level 4 or to change behavior in the classroom to make sure that we are pushing those students up and over that proficiency bar. So I'm not in support of adding a C3C to growth.
But I think the incentive comes with, if I want to be an A, I got to get so many of my children, based on the new conversation, I got to get so many of my children proficient. So who would not continue to push for proficiency because I could be a C and can't get above a C because I can't get the proficiency where I want. So the incentive with the new, so that's what I'm saying. With the new component of you have to reach a certain level of proficiency to be, if that is included, then that's the incentive for pushing students toward proficiency. That's the incentive. I want to get to an A, I got to get so much proficient. If I can't get that, then I know I will at least be a B. That incentive is already built in, but I'm saying if you reach those levels, I would like to see that if there are schools that's reaching a certain, when that comes out and what those proficiency levels will be, are there schools that's meeting that proficiency level but not getting the growth? Therefore, shouldn't we be rewarded more for proficiency? So if I'm a school with 60% proficiency, but I don't get the cut score because of growth, should I be rewarded by moving up a grade level? So I think the incentive is built in if we go with that portrait of a grade level.
To me, this topic now, it wasn't, and we talked about it originally in 2019, but this topic now is wrapped in the next topic. Does that make sense? And I think that's why we all keep going there. It's really hard for me to separate it now until we get further in that process. I'm probably the one who brought up 3C 6 years ago or some, I don't know, you know. But I am now torn, honestly, because I want to, this is fixing to be so different what we're about to do. And again, I'm going to go back to my word. That feels blind. And so doing this in a vacuum right now doesn't feel right. Like I'm not sure I can vote at this moment. In the ESSA waiver, I assume we're going to have to let them know our process for resetting the cuts. I mean, that's the general, it's the generic term that we use, aren't we? Would we need to do this before we kind of conclude that process?
Uncertain to me because the letter grade system is not part of federal requirements. So
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Federal
Great point, great
requirements are CSI, TSI, and ATSI. But anything that impacts a composite score, and certainly growth does, which is obviously used for those federal designations, would need to be in the amendment request. So I guess that's a long way of saying, if we adjust the growth methodology, there needs to be an amendment for that.
I think this is why I think everybody keeps making this point. Lawrence keeps making this point. Since our last meeting, a lot has come out about these proficiency cuts.
Yeah.
That I don't think everybody, it was kind of
Proficiency cuts, do you mean for the assessments or for the accountability
For
system?
the letter grades.
Oh, okay,
I'm
so the
calling
letter
it
grade cuts,
proficiency
okay.
cut. You can call it proficiency
Yeah.
minimum, proficiency threshold, whatever you want to call it. But like the truth is, that was probably in the closet, underground, under the table,
Mm-hmm.
and now it's out in the open, and everybody knows it's about to happen. And that's changed from the last meeting. That's why my stance has changed. I don't know how I feel.
Okay.
At the last meeting, I was one of the ones who said, yes, I would be for this over nothing. But now I'm not sure. I need to see how that process goes because this is a way new dynamic with proficiency thresholds.
Well, we need to make a decision before we submit this ESSA amendment.
Yeah.
So, whatever the task force wants to.
Yeah,
recommend.
I'll try to summarize and call the question here in a second. Christy, is your hand up again, or is that from previously?
No, there was nothing in. I just want to say, Brian, I appreciate your comments and bringing that full circle. This is where I always come from, is these conversations don't happen in silos. They happen to talk about it as a holistic system. And for me, having a more rigorous expectation for growth for an individual student that's meaningful to a student is more important to me than how we set the overall HREF school letter grade cut point. So I would err on the side of having a higher expectation for making growth and allow for, where we set the cuts for A, B, and C to look a little bit different than they are. So again, I support higher expectations for students because they're the ones that are leaving our school system and have to go out prepared, whereas schools, it's the letter grade that they're concerned about. So I appreciate you bringing up the whole system perspective of this.
Thanks, Christy and others. So kind of here's where we are. I guess going into this, I sort of thought was like, well, this, we're not getting points for staying in 3, but, a sort of acceptable plan B would be the 3C category. I thought that would be widely endorsed. I hear some critiques for that for different reasons, I think, because of the uncertainty, because of maybe a perception that that's backing off of high standards. But obviously, that's not universally shared. There's different views in the room about that. So my question and this is what Alan was, I think, urging us to follow up on for the task force is, and it may just be where we need to do a vote. Do you support moving forward to a 3C adjustment to growth now, meaning that it would go into an amendment request and it would be part of the system on which new standards would be set this summer? Or do you prefer status quo?
Chris, is it a possibility based on maybe some other items that are on the agenda today that we could, since this is time sensitive, could we at least come back to a vote per se at the end of today's meeting so we can at least kind of have a little more time to think through some of the bigger implications? I will say though, Alan, I appreciate the department being transparent though about this, going out earlier this week at Winter Mass, and then also apparently these regional superintendent meetings that may have occurred since we last met before Thanksgiving, because it has helped a lot just in the last week or so since it was shared beyond this room, just to kind of hear others who are not in this room kind of getting their perspective and helping me in particular to kind of realize, okay, this is bigger than just one aspect here. So I want to say thank you for that. That was very helpful.
A great recommendation, because see, we can hear how that discussion goes, that where this is not as much in a vacuum, because that's what the whole afternoon is about, right? So hearing how that discussion goes would help me. That's a great recommendation. To come back to it, yeah.
Before you go there, so everybody understands a 50 to a 54, 55 to 59, 60 to 64 is how you do the 3A, 3B, 3C. But people really want to know, like, what's that going to mean?
Let me tell you. The range is good for a district is going to be 5 to 15 points across the 4 growth categories and depending on various circumstances. The half a point, the range was going to be 15 to 25 for most districts, total points.
I think at the grade level, teachers are going to know, okay, what did this kid score last year? You can say a 454 or whatever, okay? What do they have to actually do this year to show growth in that 3 region? Still, you know, eventually probably hit a wall, especially with your bottom quartile students. We could have that explained a little bit more about what we actually talking about here with those 3 categories. 'Cause it does. Tight little category there, that level 3 anyway.
That's what it's going to end up doing. It'll be within that given range. You'll have an outlier too, like normal, but it'll be 5 to 15 total points per district. Now, school scales, there'll be more range. So, just from a district standpoint.
All right, so we're overdue for a break. I think we're going to take no, I appreciate all the discussion. And it's just an example of one of those things where we don't have full agreement. That's okay. That's why we have a broad group here, because we want to hear your perspectives. I like the idea that we'll come back to it later, but we are going to come back to it later. So share screen again, and we'll get back into our agenda. And, all right, starting to get the hang of this. All right, as we acknowledged in our previous conversation, we were talking about some specific indicators and letter grade cuts. And we also need to make some specific decisions about federally required classifications. And again, this is a topic that we started back in November, and we said to be continued, and here we are, continuing that. As we come up to the point where we need to put together some language for the amendment. Just to remind everybody, there are 3 federally required categories. They are these: CSI, TSI, and ATSI. States can, of course, add additional categories, as Mississippi has done with the letter grades. And the state criteria, just a brief review of that for everybody's background information. Schools are placed into CSI when the graduation rate falls below 67%. Their 3-year accountability score ranks in the bottom 5%, or the school was previously an ATSI school with 3 consecutive years at that threshold, basically. And remember, ATSI is really CSI, but at a student group level, and it rolls into CSI when these criteria are met. The current exit criteria, which actually we're going to spend a lot of our time today, is if after 3 years the school's graduation rate goes above 67%, they don't rank in the bottom 5%. Another way to say that is you satisfy what got you in. You no longer meet those criteria. You got to take care of what got you in order to get out. And the school has to improve a letter grade or progresses enough to exceed the midpoint of the letter grade range, which gets implemented as these like decile targets. You got to move at least a decile, because there's 5 letter grades. You divide each of those into 2 categories. You got 10 categories, and a decile refers to there being these sort of 10 units, and you have to cross those bands. Little side note here, the one federal requirement here about exit criteria that they hold pretty firm on is that there has to be something in addition to take care of what got you in to get you out. There has to be some marker of improvement. And the policy rationale behind that is they don't want schools getting out just because like everybody declined, but this school didn't decline as much as other schools. So it's like, look, if you get into a support category, you should be able to demonstrate improvement to get out of the support category. So that's what goes behind that. And CSI turns out to be, I think, the most substantial of these categories. There is also TSI. Scores in the lowest 50% of overall accountability, lowest quartile of average reading, language arts, or mathematics gap to goal, and lowest quartile of improvement towards those gap to goal closure over 3 years. And schools not identified for CSI with subgroups meeting all of those criteria get ranked, and then the lowest 5% of those get classified as TSI. There's not a rollover requirement for TSI. TSI doesn't tend to get as much scrutiny as ATSI or CSI. Am I just hitting you with a flood of acronyms right now? This is, yeah. And then ATSI, I kind of said this earlier, that the most succinct way for me to say this is just think CSI, but at a student group level. If a student group on its own meets those criteria, then it gets classified as ATSI, and then it can roll over into CSI if that group doesn't progress over time. So some people call that sort of the cascading impact of ATSI, and it's the source of a lot of conversation among states nationally. So that's a little bit of background. We talked a little bit at the previous meeting. We put some ideas on the table. We got some advice from you since then. It was actually just last Monday, so earlier this week. The department hosted a webinar, and it was attended by selected district federal program directors. There was a wide variety of folks, maybe from some of your districts, that attended that webinar. And we wanted to ask them sort of what feedback they had. And we told them that we'd carry their feedback forward to the Accountability Task Force to help inform this conversation. Alan and Sonia led that meeting, to their credit, but I was able to listen in and contribute here and there. One of the things that was asked of that group was the strength, and then what the concerns were. Some of the strengths they mentioned was that having a 3-year average was good because it promoted stability. You don't want that kind of roller coaster effect. 1 year you're doing good, 1 year you drop, 1 year you're good. I mean, when it comes to school improvement, you'd like to see some sustained patterns of achievement before you declare that that school is on the right track. And then there was some nice comments made to the department about working hard to promote clarity and providing support on these categories. Some of the concerns they mentioned, and you're going to find that some of these are going to clang a little bit. They're going to be, we don't bring any easy problems to the task force. Sorry, we only bring you guys the tough ones. That the cut scores shouldn't be a moving target, that there's this idea that could we have like some clarity about what those scores are. Turns out there's a little challenge with that, but we'll talk through that together. They noted that some of the growth targets are difficult to attain or to maintain, and they acknowledged that there's cases where overall scores can be favorable, but the exit criteria aren't met, and that's really because of those ATSI rules. You might have a school that's doing pretty well, maybe even in an A or B overall, but if they have a student group that's ATSI is doing performing at below that threshold and stays in that category, then they can become a CSI school. So there's that disjoint between the two. Probably the strongest thing that we heard from the group, this was something that they didn't equivocate on at all, was they did not support linking ATSI or TSI to letter grades. So when we asked, and we talked to this group about that previously as well, like, would you support something like saying, hey, you can't qualify for an A if you have an ATSI group or something like that? There was universally folks said, no, please don't do that. As I sort of signaled earlier, specify the degree to which composite scores should increase. So they push back on language that like any increase should be a criterion. And that's something that states can do. So in other words, you can, and many states have been approved with this in their federal plan, to say like to get out of CSI, all you got to do is no longer qualify for what got you in and have some increase, the magnitude of which doesn't have to be named. Like a single composite score increase could satisfy that. And what this group said was, no, we should have some magnitude of increase. And we can talk about that. And consider using an increase in composite score along with other criteria, which I actually think is a really promising idea, and I'll give you some examples of that here in a second, that maybe there could be multiple ways for a school to show progress. Like you get an increase in composite score and you do one of these things. And I put this on here for sake of completeness and to be faithful to the group that we met with. There was also some conversation, like could we have some alternative measures like NWMAP or Renaissance Star or other kinds of things that show progress, and in all candor, that won't meet federal approval. You got to have a peer-reviewed assessment in order for it to be part of your ESSA plan, but that did come up. We didn't go down that hole, but I just, again, wanted to reflect back the kinds of things they heard. But it does speak to the fact that many people in the field are saying we're seeing evidence of progress in schools, and we'd love to find ways to honor rewarding schools when there is progress. So the first question is, let's talk about the extent to which federal accountability designation should be linked to letter grades. Based on what we heard from you previously, what we heard from this group, we're not proposing that there's that ATSI, TSI, or CSI status would have an explicit influence on letter grades. And that's an assumption we want to check. And I sort of named the rationale. There can be a disconnect with the overall grade and status. And I don't know how deep I should go into this. One of the things we talked about explicitly in November, and it actually got a little peak of interest among this group, was, well, would you want to like tether F and CSI together? Like that FD threshold be the same so that like all schools that are in the F range are also CSI schools? And I heard a little bit of discussion back in November, and that's an interesting idea. We should explore that a little bit. The one thing worry is too strong a word, but one thing that we would bring to the surface, if that is a desire of the group, is right now, Mississippi's approach, which mirrors a lot of other approaches, is to constrain that identification to 5%. If you tether it to F, then there could be some bounce in that percentage that you'd have to resolve in the out years. Let me say this with an example. Let's say you go into standard setting this summer and you say, we want the line between an F and a D school to be like the bottom 5% of schools are F. That's also CSI. We could declare victory, right? We'd say it's consistent, it makes sense. But what if the next year only 3.5% of schools are F? That could be a problem, and we would have to reset it. Now you might say, oh, well, then we'll just nudge it up a little bit. We'll nudge it up to like 8% or 10% so that we give room for variation over the out years. That might create a disjoint between where that standard is and what policy advisors such as you think is the right place for it to be. So for all of those reasons, we're thinking let's just keep the letter grades separate from the federal designations like they currently are, which gives the department flexibility to address one without having to worry about disturbing the other. In other words, the department can address federal designations and leave letter grades alone in the out years. So I don't know how clear I'm being, but that's sort of issue number one. We propose just kind of putting to bed the linkages between that. And we can stop and talk about it now, or I can tell you the second issue, and it's the only other issue that we want to talk about in this section, is revising the exit criterion. I think that this one is a little bit more substantive, and we need some of your best thinking here. A recommendation is to do something like this. So, I mean, I put this together. I mostly wanted to stimulate conversation with the group. You no longer meet the entry criteria, and you do one of the following. And you can see some examples here. A school gets a letter grade of B. There's a 3-year average, represents 5% progress from their entry score to the B cut score. And I can say more about why that's the example. Why not A? Why not C? It could be those things as well. Or the percent of your low 25 students who fail to attain growth reduces by 10% or more. So if you're if we don't think that like any increase in composite score is enough, you could imagine sort of a menu of other ways in which a school could show growth that is desirable from an exit criterion standpoint. I think we would want to evaluate this with data before we confirmed it, but we wanted to see from the task force if there was sort of a class of solutions that you thought were more promising, and that's an example of one. What we're trying to do is honor this guidance to have a meaningful criterion for growth, and to provide multiple ways to show progress.
And this is explicitly exit criteria for CSI.
That's correct. That's correct.
Not ATSI?
Yeah, because ATSI, I think it's about just meeting that exit, that entry standard.
They still have the same second exit. They still have to move up decile groups too.
Yeah, then we should talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should talk about that.
So it would be CSI, escalated CSI, and then we got to discuss if ATSI is included. I personally think if we do something, it's got to include ATSI since the same, but my opinion.
Why don't we go back to the first point? Maybe the shorter discussion, so maybe we can check this off. Is there anybody that disagrees with the recommendation to keep the federal designations and the letter grades separate?
I agree
I
wholeheartedly.
don't disagree.
Go ahead, Christy. Yeah. I'll come back to you, Ryan. Yeah.
I don't disagree with it, but the one thing I want to be sure of is if a school is designated in Mississippi, but it's at the 6th or 7th percentile, that they are getting some type of comprehensive support services. So I would not want the federal designation to inform the letter grade, but I do think it might make sense for the letter grade to help inform what types of support and services that school is eligible for.
I think that's a very persuasive point. I think it's, thank you, Christy. Ryan?
My only point was I completely agree with the federal program directors. It should have no direct influence at all.
Oh, and let me also say, yes, we got feedback from federal programs directors, but we also got feedback from school principals that are in school improvement as well. So we included that.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, anybody disagree with that? No. So let's get to the hard stuff. Yeah, no, and Ryan, now that I think about it, I think you're 100% right. Any place where these exit criteria are addressed, we need to address that in our recommendations. So, yeah, let's talk about what is the right thing to ask of a school or a group that currently gets classified as CSI or ATSI. I think the uncontroversial part is they have to no longer meet the entry criteria. And I don't know the data, and if Alan or others do, and you want to share that, that's fine. But that may be one of the more challenging hurdles, that's actually doing a lot of, that's accounting for a lot of the variance in whether a school exits or not. But given that it has to be accompanied with some other definition of improvement, that's where we want to get your guidance.
From your first point, say I've heard a few times about there being a moving target when it comes to school improvement, and that's usually around that 5% threshold.
Yeah.
So maybe we should speak to that. That's one of those things that it's structured to be that way. We have to identify the bottom 5%, and that's going to change from year to year.
That's right.
Which is going to create a moving target on that side. So really, we're talking about the other piece, which is defining what is sufficient improvement. I don't know that we can address the other side.
And the only way to avoid that is to set another fixed target that ensures you always have at least 5%. And I think what Alan's saying is the state has, as most states do, have adopted a methodology that says our focus is on identifying the schools most urgently in need of support, and those are going to be the lowest 5%. Doesn't mean, to Christy's point a moment ago, that there aren't other schools that need support and for whom we would marshal resources to help them. But in terms of federal designations, do you want to, in service of a fixed criterion, do you want to ramp that 5% up to a higher value? And I don't think that's what the department is seeking to do.
The letter grade not currently one of the possibilities of getting out of ATSI? Like you're making the recommendation as attain an overall grade of a B. Is that not one of the ways to get out currently?
So it's, yeah. So what that essentially does is it puts a fixed composite score target on there and pick something.
I'm not familiar with it. That's why.
Yeah.
I just know, my middle school underneath me is in ATSI, and they're an A. And they've been an A for the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. I'm just as to how they would remain in that program being an A.
So that's an example of what I mean by that first criterion. So like if we saw a school like that and that subgroup performance satisfied what got them in, and then we'd say, okay, you're most of the way there. Now do you have at least a B? Now you're all the way there. That's an example of that. If not, then you sort of go to some of these additional.
So looking at the ATSI escalated list, or the ATSI list from last year, roughly 25% of those subgroups met, were above the cut. And then it gets a little split on if they moved up the decile group and got out or not. It's close to about 40%. But then the CSI escalated list, only 1 out of 32 was above the cut to even begin with for step 1. So this is actually probably really going to only impact ATSI.
Say that second part again, or that first part again. This, like,
The ATSI group, so they weren't escalated CSI, they were just ATSI. About 25% of those subgroups were above the cut. Step 1. We're above the 5% threshold, okay? And then out of that, there was 25 of them, it was around 100 total. And so then out of that 25, 14 moved up in decile group, and then 11 didn't. And then on your CSI escalated list, there's 32 subgroups, and only 1 of the 32 was even above the cut to begin with.
That's the one that really sticks with me, and that's why I don't want anybody to miss this point. Like, most of the heavy lifting with CSI is getting above that 5%. Why I'm not personally scandalized by a rule that says get above the 5% and have any composite score increase. I think that's but again, I'm not trying to set policy here. I'm trying to seek your advice on this. But that's because I think that's doing most of the work, is getting above that 5%.
And right now with ATSI, when we're looking at a school continue to be eligible or not, it's all about the subgroup. So get you in initially, and then the step 2 is all about the subgroup as well, but we're saying here, overall letter grade of the entire school, not just the subgroups.
That's what's on the table.
Okay, so kind of Raina's point earlier, the example of her middle school, often that's what we see in our district as well. The schools that end up in for the subgroup, the overall letter grade's already fairly high. So all they would have to do is just go up 1 point on their overall letter grade, for instance. What we're saying, if they're already like an A school overall.
So we're talking about two different things. Yes, let's call this sort of option 1 and option 2, and let's distinguish between when we're talking about groups versus schools. So on the groups, like, let's call option 1 any composite score increase. And option 2 would be some set of criteria, like the ones you see here in this example. So to your point, Greg, if we're talking about ATSI, which is the group conversation, option 1 says that group just has to get above that lowest 5% now. And they have to get above it by having some increase in their composite score in the story. Option 2 says they got to get above that 5%, and they have to do some additional things, such as the school having a letter grade of B, the gap to some threshold closing, or this growth piece. Like, there's some additional ways in which that school shows progress. It can't just be any increase in composite score.
Now we're saying potentially it's not just about the group we're evaluating. We would be looking at having the whole school potentially helping with something that's been a group targeted aspect.
Well, it's step two. I mean,
Or the
step
step two,
one still
yes.
is, the subgroup has to be above the cut for the 3-year average, so
Yeah.
I like it. I want to apply it to ATSI, because as we just pointed out, it ain't gonna make a whole lot of difference, unfortunately, to the CSI escalated. We hope we get there, but at the moment, it's not. And ATSI would make more of an impact and be more, but I think it should apply to both, because for nothing else, because the rules are the same. You know what I mean? You can't have, that would be very confusing for your rules are this way, but then when you cross over here, it's this way. That'd be weird. So I feel like, even though everything's been the same, so I think it should apply to ATSI and escalated CSI and CSI.
Yeah, and I realize now that I'm looking at this again, that it would have to be, and this is where you were going, Greg, and I think I'm understanding your inquiry a little bit better. If we're talking about a group, are each of those criteria applied at the group level or the school level?
Oh, I understand it at the, how are you going to say attain overall grade of a B for the IEP subgroup?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so that one has to be at the school level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a subgroup could be 7th grade ELA, students with disabilities, correct?
Right.
Let's use that one for example. So to track, are we tracking that 7th grade group, and then we're going to track them to the 8th grade?
It's not by cohort.
It's not by
It's
grade.
overall.
Oh, so you're doing the whole school? Okay,
Disabilities would be fine.
so it's just students with disabilities in
Yeah.
the middle school?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not, it's not specific to a grade?
Yeah, these would have to apply in every case to a school.
Like those
Was that not
students
your
move on
intention?
to the high school, you're just
Well, I
tracking the ones
didn't
that
make
come
it
in?
clear, and I'm trying to think through whether that could be done at a student group. Actually, when I was doing this, I was thinking more about the CSI. I didn't give enough thought to
Continue to track the ones that
ATSI.
come
Yeah.
in
But
with
if
the
you're,
monthly.
if you're not going to apply it to a school,
Right.
and you're going to go back to the second step also has to be specific to the subgroup, then I think you got to make it
I
something
think you're right.
simple as an increase. You
Yeah.
increase 1 point from last year to this year for that subgroup total points. But if you're going to make it school, we'll leave it at that.
This is, yeah.
Just those subgroups of ethnicity. So your recommendation, as I understood it, and I may be off, so help me with my clarity. No longer meets the exit criteria. So if I am a high-performing school and I'm in there for a sped group, in order for me to exit, I still need to get over the decile or whatever for that, what got me in any one of the following four school-wide. That's how I was reading it. Is that correct?
This conversation is all very clarifying because it wasn't baked in, and I'm sort of, here's where I think where we would land based on what I'm hearing. At the student group level, there would be satisfy what got you in and have an increase in score in any magnitude. And for the school, those three things. So
One of
there's
those three.
One of those three.
One of those three
Oh,
things.
okay.
So you were saying, we're going to ask this of the group, and we're going to ask this of the school. The group is just get over the bar that got you in with an increase.
Oh, hang on. So you're doing an and approach to the second
That's
exit?
what I'm suggesting. Now, we can take that off the list. For the CSI, it's obviously all at the school level, and it's all
I don't think we should have two. I mean, I think it should be an or. I mean, there should now, because now we've really added 3 steps. You got to be above the 3-year average, you got to move up one composite score, and you got to do one of these things. Now we got 3 steps to exit. Right now, we just got 2. It should be an or. We should pick if it's going to be, second step is going to be subgroup specific or school specific.
Well, for
You know which route to go.
ATSI, your subgroup has got to show improvement.
you can say you don't want those school criteria on there, and that's, I
Well,
think,
yeah,
a
if you
fine
guys
recommendation.
determine and USD's not only go for the second step has to be subgroup specific too, then 1 point increase. As opposed to you moved up the whole decile.
Yeah, go ahead, Christy.
I think exit criteria for CSI has to be different from exit criteria for TSI. I don't think looking at TSI and an overall grade attainment for the school makes as much sense. Because then you revert back to the example of saying, oh, well, there's a lot of A schools that are identified for TSI. So they're A schools, and now all we're looking at is they no longer meet the entry criteria for TSI, which arguably is could be a low bar and an ever-changing one. And it doesn't necessitate that student group from actually improving. It just says they don't have to meet the entry criteria anymore. But I think our criteria have to be focused more on the student group that was identified rather than overall school as the and.
That makes sense to me.
Does the USDE, how do they view TSI and ATSI? Are they, because our ESSA plan, the way you identify and exit TSI is 180 degrees different than ATSI. So ATSI is aligned with CSI and escalated ATSI. It's not aligned with TSI as far as how you get in and how you get out. It's not even close. So do they view it? How do they view those two?
TSI is consistently underperforming groups, and there's very little federal regulations that apply to that. CSI and ATSI are much more prescriptive. CSI is, again, the two things are high schools with graduation rates under 67%. It doesn't say it has to be, because not all states use a composite score. You just have to include all indicators into the decision, and you have to have at least 5%. But if you have a composite score system like Mississippi, it's an easy method. You just say, let's just rank them from top to bottom and draw a line there that separates the bottom 5 from everybody else. And that's what every state does. And then, again, same methodology applied at the student group level for ATSI. But there's a wide range of difference in how states do TSI. And mostly because TSI doesn't really have any teeth anyway.
So we could, it's up to us, if we have the second exit step be the same for ATSI, CSI, and escalated ATSI, right? They would approve, whatever, as long as, okay.
Yeah. I do think, and where I think this conversation going, and it makes sense to me the more we talk about it, is everything at the ATSI level ought to be tethered to what we're asking of the group. Let's take the school out of it. And because it's a group decision. And so I can see a strong case to be made to say, meet the bar that got you in and show any degree of improvement. Case closed. CSI, meet the bar that got you in and do one of these three things. And those things are school level things.
For which group did you say do that for?
CSI, it's a
Oh.
school level decision.
Wow, okay.
And yeah, that's why we brought it to the group. You should tell us.
All right, can we have a history lesson real quick on how did we come to having the decile approach as step 2? Because the deciles just kicked in, within the last couple years? And maybe a refresher as to what we were doing prior to the deciles and why we ended up going now to the deciles.
Because that was trying to satisfy the what degree of improvement was good enough. And I think it was inspired by this idea that, well, maybe going up a letter grade is too much, maybe go up like half a letter grade. And so just cross the midpoint between where you are now and like take every letter, think of it as like a F1 and an F2 and a D1 and a D2, and then just say like you're an F1, get to an F2, if you're a D1, get to a D2. And it was, the decile was seen as a way to implement that.
So now we're at a point, though, we're potentially having the opportunity to just say any improvement rather than
Could do that.
that's due to being allowed, I guess I'm just curious as to why we're being allowed the flexibility to potentially go back to any improvement versus then we had to quantify it through the deciles.
We probably could have had that flexibility from the jump. I don't know why that decision was made. That's not a new thing with the feds.
Sonia, please contribute.
Time we really had to step into this decile, pool.
And we started the clock over after COVID, so yeah.
So that's just to kind of give you
And I go back to what Ryan said a moment ago. It almost feels like the expression that comes to mind is gilding the lily here. We're spending a lot of time talking about something that probably won't ever matter because because it's the meat and the bar that got you in. That's always the hardest thing anyway.
So now, Sonia, you may be able to add some context to this. I remember getting feedback from some schools that have been able to get past the first piece, which is getting over the hurdle of what got you in, get you out, but then can't get past the decile.
bands, they haven't been able to get from what we classify as maybe 50% to the next band of 60%. So that has been the case for some people.
But they've shown improvement,
But they have shown
just haven't gotten past the threshold.
And in the session that we had at Mass the other day, one of the things was around performance that's comparable to what the state is doing in terms of the subgroup, but it's still not having any merit for their exit.
44%, based on the state spreadsheet for the just regular ATSI trying to exit. 25 met the cut, and 11 met the decile group improvement, and 14 did not. So 44% met the second step, 56% did not. Based on state spreadsheet.
Not at the group level,
At that subgroup level, yeah.
subgroup level.
That's where it is now, it's where you gotta meet it. So how about this? So since you said ATSI needs to be subgroup specific, we just changed that to any improvement. And when I say any, I mean 1 point. And then for the CSI or the escalated ATSI, we do your 3 options at the school level, and also we do at the subgroup level any improvement as the second step.
That for escalated CSI?
Escalated CSI and CSI, you do your 3 school options that you have up there, and you do what we're gonna do for ATSI, and it's an or situation, it's one of the 4, or the subgroup moves up 1 point. No, step 1 is the same, but step 2, yeah.
I think step 1 would be implied, right? I guess, and this is, maybe Sonia, you can help me with this. If you have a school that gets classified as CSI because of cascading ATSI, they can only get out if they no longer have an ATSI group, right? Or am I mistaken?
So they can get out if they no longer have an ATSI.
And so I think the only way they could do that is if that group was above the 5% or had some degree of increase. I guess I'm saying it's sort of implied because they couldn't meet the bar if they hadn't done that. Well, I guess any increase would be an example.
But then the
It takes the
3-year
decile
average,
out of it.
yeah, you're saying it's sort of automatic to meet the 3-year, for the 3-year average to meet the cut.
It's
they
automatic
probably
if
had
it's
to move
baked
up.
into the ASI definition.
Does that cause a complication?
Looking at that like the B. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I'll be honest with you. Here's what I was thinking when I put that there. I was trying to be responsive to the group saying they wanted some specific target and not just an any improvement. And so I'm imagining, pick whether you're talking about a school or a group here, but let's say a school. Let's say a school gets out of CSI and you want to define like how much of a score improvement that they've demonstrated. And I think in general, the principle needs to be, the lower you are, the more you should improve. The higher you are, the less the improvement is needed. So let's say you're above a B, I would say, I don't need to know that much more about the school. The B is a good school. They don't meet CSI, they're a B. But then, I don't know, let's say I don't know, what's the B cut score right now for high schools?
What's the A cut?
The B cut for high schools.
754 is the A cut, is that what you're saying?
Okay, well, I'll just pick that because I just need a number here. I guess the second part of then is something like, well, let's figure out where the school is now. Let's look at the gap between that and some meaningful target. In this case, it'd be 754. Let's say that's a 100-point gap. Then you'd say you got to go at least 5% of that. So you got to go 5 points. Again, it's all in service to coming up with a magnitude that's not any improvement. And you could say, well, pick the top of the scale, Chris. Okay, you could. You could pick a number. You could just say you got to increase 5 points. I don't think that's a good example because that number plays out differently if you're a high-performing school versus a lower-performing school. So that's where those grades come into play. But you know, once the cuts are set, you could come up with just a scale number. Use that in your ESSA plan.
People going in the right direction. There are a lot of schools, especially that lower 5%, that they need a glimmer of hope of something that's attainable, that they can do. They may still be in CSI, but there's some type of recognition that we are moving in the right direction.
It's totally mathematically possible, just playing a little game here, to 1 year, your 3-year average being below the cut, a bad year coming off, not show improvement from year 2 to year 3, and then be above the cut. So it's mathematically, so the second step does have legitimacy even if you make it a 1-point improvement. Does that make sense? It's not automatic. That was what was going on in my head. I thought that's where you were sort of headed, but no, it's not automatic. And I will say, we have so many changing principles. Here's what we struggle with, too. You have so many new principles these days. I mean, we talk about like, staff changes, and everybody forgets you're changing principles all the time these days now, and used to not do that. And so you have this principal that comes in, and I hate to say he or she's being punished, but they're sort of being punished for something they had no control of 3 years ago. That's just kicking that 3-year average down until it comes off. And so I like where Lindsay's headed is, you know what I mean? Like that's the thing we struggle with is, a new principal comes in and it's like, it don't matter what I do this year. That sub-score from 2 years ago is so bad that I could top out on everything and it still is not going to happen. You with me? They have no hope. So I do think, I like the one, for ATSI in particular, I like just any improvement as the second step. And then CSI, I mean, I'm for what you said, and then adding as an or what we have for the ATSI criteria. But I mean, I don't guess it's the biggest thing we're talking about today. But on the flip side, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, that second bullet on the or there implies that there has to be some degree of improvement.
And may I speak?
But see, that's a school thing. And see, I was adding the subgroup specific ATSI, yeah, as an or thing too.
I think it'd be a very defensible decision for this group. Jump in here.
I am that new principal that's sitting currently at the CSI school with the lowest score in the state. I'm just being honest. So that's why I kept my mouth closed to see what you guys were stating. And being a principal at other entities, because coming from high school to middle, now you have to look at different numbers. And then when you continue to see that goalpost move, and that's why I'm glad you said, for the first portion of our meeting, let's hold up before we begin to talk, because now my mind is going to, how do I explain this to my teachers? Because all year we've been sitting in, we've been talking about the number of questions, how many points, what does the standard say, you know. I know right now, and I do apologize for taking the conversation this way, we're talking, you guys are looking at the top head. I'm having to look at both, because when we're making these decisions, we're also having to remember, we have to train the teacher, just like you guys are saying you have to train the principals to be able to take the methods or the procedures that you put into place to be able to move these schools and move these districts. So when I'm looking at the recommendations, I'm just sitting back and kind of, as a leader, trying to make the moves and make the happenings. When you're talking about that 5% move or making that B cut score, although my goal is a 350, which is a C, my goal is to get that 5% move from the score that I was last year. And exactly what you stated, I wasn't there 3 years ago. So I'm having to look at the data. I'm also having to look at teacher capacity. I'm a growth school right now. Proficiency, yeah, we're looking at it. We're going to always try to obtain it. But for me to get that 5%, I'm going to have to look at other avenues. So the conversation you had as far as a principal, I appreciate you guys at least taking that into consideration as well.
So any improvement, that's an improvement from what it is now. That's a step forward.
And going back to what my colleague said at the end, when you're dealing with staffing who's been pressed down the entire time, they're just trying to help move, any type of incentive, even though you know you may still be that very bottom D, or you're just getting that progress up, being able to see that move without it consistently changing is going to continue to keep our profession moving.
So let me call the question on the any improvement, because this might be a short line to just tie this up. Does the task force support for both ATSI, which is a group decision, and CSI, which is a school decision, the criteria is the same for both, and that is you have to no longer meet the entry criteria, and you have to show some degree of improvement on the composite score?
Is this just for 1 year, or is this over a 3-year average?
Thanks for bringing that up. I would propose that it continue with the 3 years.
So right now it's year 2 to year 3.
Over 3 years.
Let me get Sonia to clarify that. Is that the case, that it's based on 3-year average, or is the 1 year, the last year, the one that counts?
Year 2 to year 3.
All right, well, then we need to talk about that. I'm gonna make a new slide to write our recommendation down, because we're getting lost in the weeds here. So for CSI, it's based on year 2 to year 3. So it's the 3-year average for the first part, to satisfy what got you in. But for the second part, it's just year 2 to year 3. Okay. Makes me think 3 years is better. Yeah. Okay, so here's what's on the table. I'll, a little bigger.
Will you define what you mean composite score improvement over 3 years? Do you mean year 1 to year 3? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay.
Yes, yes. So, and it's done on a 3-year cycle. Am I right about that? So that brings it into sync. You say like it, 3 years ago you got in because you were in the lowest 5%. 3 years later, is your average over that 3 years, this is what's on the table, colleagues, above that 5% bar? And did your average improve to any degree from when you got in 3 years ago? And that decision would be applied at the school level for CSI and at the student group level, subgroup level for ATSI. And I guess the two differences between what's on the table now and what's in the policy now is it does away with the deciles, and it brings that second part of it to a 3-year span rather than a 1-year span. But I think Alan makes a good point. Like, if you're going to roll back the magnitude, then having more stability over the years seems like a good trade-off.
Now, once you're in for 3 years and don't have an opportunity to get out yearly.
Yeah, you can exit any year. They just don't do identification every year.
Right, but we're saying potentially now it'd be, you're in for 3 years. If we go to where we were just, is that what we're saying?
Yes, I was not reading step 2 as you're reading it.
Okay.
I was
Yeah.
reading step 2 exactly as it is now, except for instead of improving a decile group from year 2 to year 3, you did improve 1 point.
That's
how I was reading step
taking
two.
it as well, that you're looking at yearly exit, not every 3 years on your exit.
Bottom 5% or whatever got you in.
Have to meet that.
Well, step 1's not changing, so that means the 3-year average is above the 5% cut for that year. And then step 2, as I was understanding it, what was on the table was, right now, it's year 2 to year 3, did you improve a decile group? We were gonna look at changing it, did you improve a point from year 2 to year 3? That's how I understood it.
Gentlemen are suggesting. So, I mean, you could still make a 3-year composite an annual decision. You just have to look back over the most recent 3 years. But I think what I hear you saying is, let's keep it the most recent year since it's an annual decision. Obviously, there's variations on this, is what I'm putting on the table.
Why can't we make the CSI second exit step the same one?
I mean, the reason why somebody might argue the other side of it is they'd say you get more stability if you can show it's a 3-year improvement.
Yeah, but I think we're trying to talk about the point like Ms. Jones and I were talking about is, let's have at least something that's current only. The first year principal can actually influence, you know? Oh, well, I mean, that's gonna happen with whatever rules we set, probably, if this thing continues for 20 years. Being honest.
All of these,
Yeah, I feel pretty strong that CSI should be a longer-term commitment because it's the whole school, it's over 3 years, and we don't want any bells in and out if we're looking just for any improvement. If we had a more rigorous improvement requirement, maybe I'd still want them in that 3 years. It just, it's a much bigger deal than TSI.
just trying to help you guys track the conversation here. So here's what we're talking about now. I think I haven't really asked the group yet, but I think ATSI, I'm willing to predict there's a pretty widespread agreement in the room that the way it's expressed on this slide is right, because that is an annual decision. But there's sort of two things on the table for CSI, option one and option two, and they differ in, oh, shoot. They differ in whether you're making that composite score improvement a 3-year improvement.
You're gonna think I'm being funny. Even though personally, I would hope you would say it yearly, but just being professional, you have to have that average to ensure that school is going to remain steady and improve instruction. So as the professional, I'm saying option one. I don't see the word average up there. So my mind is going towards average, but I don't agree with option two.
That first bullet is the average.
Okay, I'm
On
sorry.
either option, yeah. 'Cause the first step is you gotta be above the 3.
But the principal in me would say option two.
With either option, your first step is, are you above the 3-year average above that 5% threshold?
Where the second would come into play, and again, I think it's probably pretty rare, is if everybody declined a year and I was no longer in the bottom 5%, but my composite score didn't go up. So I'm now, I'm in the bottom 6% now, but my composite score declined. You'd say, sorry, you didn't improve. You've got to improve and meet that entry bar. It could happen. It'd be rare, but it could happen.
I guess my point is, the current CSI rule is improvement in the most recent year. It's just decile grade. It's not a 3-year thing. It's not a year 1 to year 3 thing. It's not different from ATSI.
said
So
that.
why do we all of a sudden need to make it different?
Well, because the
What? Say it again?
performance expectation is less.
That's the rationale we're talking about.
That's
is-
why we were.
I think the option 2 is easier than option 1. If you want to use a very simple term, they're probably close and going to be obviously related. I guess even let me just be very simple with it. Option 2, I know is easier than it is now, and right now it's really hard. I don't know what option 1 does. Again, I don't like blind things, if you hadn't figured that out. I'm not good with blind things. I like to like to know. And I know option 2 is easier than it is now, which is helpful to those schools. So option 1's a little unknown. It's new.
Please, Sonia.
Still looking at the subgroup performance in ELA and math before we make that determination. So Deborah does establish a cut based on ELA and math for that subgroup to escalate them. So now my question is, if we do have
how we have identified where the escalated group, since that was based on the subgroup as well.
I'm assuming, and I thought we talked about this earlier, but maybe I'm getting lost, that you can't exit CSI status if you have a cascading ATSI group. That's covered in the first part, would be my assumption, but somebody should correct me if I'm not right about that.
I guess I don't understand that. Can you explain that?
My slide deck to go over it.
High-level D school and then drops a little bit, but the subgroups are continuing to improve.
Right now, if we're looking at subgroup performance for ATSI, I assume we're talking about, we've got deciles for subgroups.
That next year, it stayed a D, but dropped 2 points. Is it, when you talk the average, it's just a general average improvement, so it would still be considered improving?
I think there's several things that are getting wrapped into this conversation. I think of it this way, and Sonia, help me make sure I don't say anything that's an error here. You get two different ways you're looking at schools all the time when you're asking if they're a CSI school. You've got that school level evidence that they're above the bottom 5%. We're not worrying about subgroups here. And of course, graduation rate. And then you're also looking at subgroups to see if any of them are persistently in that bottom 5%. And this kind of gets, Christy, you were asking me to clarify my statement earlier. If you had a school that was CSI and they got out of it after 3 years, but you said, uh-oh, in that same year you had a cascading ATSI group, that school really didn't exit, did they? Because they got caught by that second that second dimension. And so I don't think you have to bake that into the CSI. I think it's operationalized by having both of those rules always being looked at in parallel. So, lunchtime, and I'd love to see if, and look, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here. This is a policy question, and this is why we assemble you guys, is to get your advice. Assuming we agree with ATSI, do you have a preference on CSI of whether or not that improvement is based on the last 3 years, option 1, or the most recent year, option 2?
One thought would be is kind of dealing with this other, let's say, aspect of accountability, which sometimes is confusing because we're going back and forth between our letter grade for school, or we're looking at subgroups, and so even for those of us who are in it daily, sometimes it can be confusing. So if there's any way to streamline any aspect of this, meaning option 2 sounds a lot more like the ATSI option, that's just one thought. Now, not having any schools currently or in the past who've experienced CSI, I can't really speak really into the details as to, you know, if the last 3 years would be more beneficial than the most recent year. But just on the surface, it just, if option 2 is closer for CSI to ATSI in the language side, that might just be streamlining, could be better. That's the only comment. Not saying necessarily that option 1 is better than option 2, though.
Oh, Christy?
Are there 2 exits for CSI? I think I'd asked for clarity that at our last meeting, but because there's 2 different sets of CSI schools, right? Those are the ones who meet that first two criteria for the 67% or lower for graduation rate, and the ones, or they have, they're in that bottom 5% of Title I schools. But then you also have the ones that have escalated. Is the exit different for when they can exit for both of those groups, right? There's a 3-year exit for the first group, but it's a yearly exit for the other group. So would we not need 2 options if that second option is for those ATSI escalated CSI schools?
I mean, somebody should check me on this, but I think if it's a CSI escalated, well, I was going to say, if you're CSI escalated school, you're
They can
now,
use it yearly, right?
I guess I don't know. I need department to say whether or not.
Question, can you exit yearly?
If you're in CSI because of escalated ATSI, do you now get into that 3-year cycle, or can you look annually at that school for exit?
I think
Annually?
We would
Okay.
continue to look annually.
Yeah, okay.
But I guess
Thank
the
you.
question is, would we use the 3-year average score improvement or 1 year?
Yeah.
I'd assume we'd still look at 3-year.
Dr. Robertson is the expert here. How do you feel about option 2? Honestly, can we ask you that? Are we allowed? With her.
You have a great career in politics ahead. Yeah, that was well done. Yeah.
I vote for her.
Yeah. Christy, I'm sorry, you were trying to get in. Go ahead.
Sure. So I look at CSI and TSI very differently, and I think the last question was a good one too. But when I'm looking at CSI and I'm looking at the whole school, these are the lowest performing schools entirely. So I want to know it's more than just a 1 scale score point improvement from year 1 to year 3. I mean, that's so nominal, and it's just so much opportunity for them to go in and out. And there's resources associated at the state level. So it's very different than, I think, TSI and even ATSI and the rollover schools. So when I'm looking at TSI and ATSI, we're looking at that specific student group, which is all district level based. There's generally not a lot of resources, just a lot more targeting that's supposed to happen at the school level. So looking for recent improvements are fine, but again, just being 1 point better than the last year, I think it challenges me that we're just looking at a teeny bit better and moving out. So schools are going to be moving in and out from TSI. With the ATSI rollover, the criteria, if we set them up to be the same as TSI, it still doesn't assure us that that school student group that originally identified them had made any progress, because now we're reverting back to school level indicators, because they're an ATSI that rolled over, and that student group may not have improved, so they might roll out of CSI and roll over, but then next year be identified for TSI. So I don't know how to make sure that with those rollover schools, we're still looking at that student group as well, because that's what got them identified to begin with. There's a lot of things, as they're stated here, that I don't think are accomplishing the true student improvement that we're looking for reasons that the school was originally identified.
Yeah, Christy, so we would, for ATSI rollover into CSI, we'd still be looking at the subgroup performance. But I have to agree with you that just 1 point on the composite score doesn't seem like a heavy lift, or evidence of sustained improvement to suggest that they no longer need to be receiving the resources that they're receiving.
And just leave it the same. That's it. Because right now, it's improvement, it's what y'all think is substantial, and if any improvement, I don't know how you define it from there, so.
You talk about the decile. You
Just use
you
the
would
same
prefer keeping it to the most recent year and going back to the decile rule than you would making it a 3-year average. Is that what you're saying is your perspective?
I can't vote today to do that, because that's very new. I need to look at what that looks like. I mean, it might be better, and it might be philosophical better, but I don't, that one's, it's so, it's different. That's different. Like, what we're talking about here is not different. Let's just be honest, it's easier. And so I think that was Christie's point. She thinks it's too easy, and Alan basically confirmed that point, so.
Well, we even have principals that are in identified schools that said that was too easy to just use the.
Well, I mean, I just got through doing the statistics where only 25% of the ATSI even meet step 1 to begin with, so easy is a relative term here. And then 1 of 32 CSI met step 1, so I think we need to be careful when we say easy. Step 1's hard, those schools.
We may be reaching sort of limited returns at this point. Why don't we break to lunch? After lunch, I'm going to come back to this and see if this group wants to light on a recommendation. And then we really need to get to the last topic. So is that okay with everybody? Let's get some food. and then we'll come back and see if we have some more clarity about this. I'll try to summarize it in a way that helps people see if you got a recommendation. Thanks, everybody. Right. Hopefully, everybody got a chance to get lunch. Christy, is our audio coming through okay? All right. Well, let's get started again so we can make sure that we wrap up on time. And I think we huddled up a little bit during the break, and I'll share my screen. And we decided that there's really 2 primary questions that we'd like to get your advice on with these federal designations. And I think that'll help us move things forward. So these are the questions that we think would be most helpful to get the ATF's feedback on. Do you want to keep those decile-based progress targets or replace it with another definition of improvement, such as any improvement or something else? So that's sort of the first question we'd like to get your advice on. Sort of assumed that those decile targets were a good candidate to be rethought, but if that's not something that this group feels is a priority, then it would be helpful to know that. And the second question is, do we want whatever progress target we have, decile or any improvement, do we want it to be based on 1 year or 3 years? And how does that differ for CSI versus ATSI? I'm pretty sure ATSI, since it's an annual decision, keeping that 1 year seems like the low-hanging fruit there. So I think CSI is the bigger part of that, but that's a question that we want to ask the group. So I'm going to pause there. And did anybody have any great inspiration over lunch break on these or other questions that'll help us move this forward?
Boy, this feels like to me kind of like the level 3 growth conversation. I think well, I don't know, actually, we heard kind of differing opinions, but Alan and Christy both stated that they're not comfortable with kind of the suggestion, Greg, and few of of us and me had up there, where I hate to split MDU numbers, but Dr. Robinson was okay with it. So, but if that's not going to happen, like, and this is kind of like the level 3 growth discussion, then to me, the conversation's kind of over and we just keep it the same.
And that thing being that an annual determination as opposed to a 3-year determination.
Keep it exactly like it is right now for everything. The only thing you change is as opposed to the second exit step for all 3 of the groups, and I'd say 3 groups because ATSI escalated, and just regular CSI, because the second step is the same for all of them right now. So you make the second step the same for all of them, and it's a 1 score improvement from year 2 to year 3 for that subgroup. Because that's exactly what it is now. You just lessened the bar a little bit. And that makes total sense. I'd vote in favor of that today, but if that's not going to pass, keep it the same.
Thank you.
That the question? No, that's parliamentary procedure. If you motion, you second, then it's that the question. Second. I have something we can vote on.
So I think what Ryan's proposing, and this is really related to the first question, and I realize you've made it conditional and everything else staying the same, so I want to honor your point. But you're
always got conditions.
No, I appreciate you. You think very broadly about how it all works together, and I think that's one of the reasons why you're such a great member of the task force. But I think what you're saying is you're in favor of moving those decile progress targets to an any improvement, but as long as everything else in the system is undisturbed.
Correct.
Okay.
For all 3.
Any comments on Ryan's suggestion?
State it one more time so I'm crystal clear.
Right now, I think you're calling it the second step, but that's the first step, meaning that you have to satisfy what got you in. You gotta get out based on what got you in. And the second step is this progress criterion. And I think what Ryan's proposing is it should be the same for CSI, ATSI, escalated ATSI, and that is instead of the decile targets, it's any improvement in accountability scores.
And just like it is now, it's at the subgroup that's identified.
That's right.
For
So
all
you're not changing the units, you're not changing the timeframes, you're just changing the decile requirement to a score improvement requirement.
I'm against any other change at this moment, so move on if you can't do it.
Is there anything between decile progress and any improvements? Just any improvement to me just does not sound.
The reason I would be against that,
sound.
yeah, the reason I'd be against that, Christy, is because, it's like anything. The decile groups is based on a range. So you could have a school that's at the upper range of 60%, and then, like, if we set it at 10, they have to move 10 total points. We actually just made the bar harder for that subgroup and that school, because they only needed to move 5 to move from the 60% decile to the 70%. Are you with me? So that's why I'm against anything else except for 1 point. And otherwise, we just leave it the same. And I'm not saying I'm the end all be all. I'm just telling you where I stand. That's how I'm gonna vote.
Yeah, Christy and others, you saw me trying to brainstorm what other definitions could be. So I would sort of go back to some of those ideas that I put out there. If you're searching for what could be some other ways you could capture that, you could look for particular indicators like improvements in low growth, or you could look at some kind of gap closure. Because again, I'm sort of inspired by this idea that I'm asking greater improvement for schools that have more to improve. And, but again, these are.
They're unknown.
Well,
We need more time. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
If we're gonna present something that's unknown and new, and I'm gonna go back to my word of the day, blind, then we can't vote on it today. We need more time to review the impact of that and what that looks like, because we may have just made it harder and we don't realize that. So the timeline, y'all are wanting to submit this to the USDE, that's why I'm taking such a hard stance. It's either the same or it's this, because we know, it's known what we're doing. Now, if we have more time, I'd be open to more things at another meeting. It don't sound like we have that.
So Ryan, to be clear, are you saying any improvement year 1 to year 3?
Year 2 to year 3.
Or year 2 to year 3?
Yep, year 2 to year 3, just like it is now. That's how it is now, with the second step.
I understand, but again, with any improvement, again, I don't like doing hypotheticals, but any improvement could be you're identified, year 1 to year 2, you go down, year 2 to year 3, you made any improvements, but you're not even back to where you are in year 1 yet. And now, because everything shifted lower, you're not identified and you've exited.
Yeah, but
I guess that's what I'm trying to make sure that we have at least some improvement regardless of what's happening statewide.
it theoretically could still happen now, but I understand your point. There's a better chance of it happening if you reduce it to 1 point in all situations.
And if it's at least 1 point between year 1 and year 3, rather than just year 2 and year 3, because anything could happen between year 1 and year 2 to make a school worse off. And then if they're not showing aggregate improvement over what originally has been identified, that's my biggest concern.
Yeah, I was sidebarring with Alan and saying if we could put this on a slower timeline and talk about some impact data. Strategy then would be the department would sort of put forth those things that are ready for an amendment sooner, and then have a second submission later, which would give us time to consider these options with some impact data more carefully. That's how the task force wants to leave it for today. I do think right is better than fast. And so I really appreciate all the different nuance that's been surfaced from this conversation. Like, Christy, I think your last point was very persuasive. And I'd love to come up with a solution that we feel more comfortable with. Are we okay tabling this? Okay. All right. Well, I still think we're smarter now than we were 2 hours ago. by a lot.
There we go.
No, I mean that. I really do mean that. I think we've gotten a lot better grasp of the issue.
We're older than we were.
And so, and I actually feel, I'm glad that we're in agreement about the timeline, because I do think that this is something that's not likely to be as substantial. I think that as long as we're within the parameters of the law and everything we're talking about I don't think this should be a big lift for the feds. So I'm optimistic we can satisfy our timeline ambitions. I'm going to move us forward. I haven't forgotten that we still need to come back to the 3C growth before the end of the day, but we're going to do that at the very end of the day. And I'm going to ask that we go to our last topic, which is, let's talk a little bit more about setting new performance standards for the accountability system. This is something we've spent a decent chunk of time on in previous meetings, but it's been many months since we've talked about it, and we thought in planning for this meeting it was time to come back to it to let people think, let people appreciate a little bit more about what our proposed methodology is, and most importantly, I really want to get as much advice as possible from this team about what criteria we want to prioritize for that process, and I'll say more about that in just a second.
Hey, Chris, so we're totally off school improvement. We've not coming back to it today.
We're not coming back to federal designations today.
Can I just make
Of course.
One thing while we got folks in the room, just want to ask of the department if possible, is going forward, could we have a school improvement validation window like we have for accountability itself? Would that be a possibility? And I don't have to have an answer today. That's just something that, just if y'all could think about that, since we've talked about school improvement, but we're about to get away from it totally. I just didn't want to forget that part. Just if the department would maybe consider that going forward in future years. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Okay, so as we've noted in the past, I think a subsequent slide, I'm going to remind everybody of the timeline. We're going to reset performance standards this summer, and I'm going to review in general what the proposed method is, and I'm going to spend some time with you this afternoon trying to get your recommendations to develop performance descriptors for each letter grade category. This is the timeline that we started quite a while back contemplating these various revisions, and we're a little past fall 24, but the idea was that we're completing the proposed revisions. That gives us this season, this spring, between now and the summer to finalize changes, develop business rules, analyze impact, really do some of the operational work that's required to implement those. Want to set standards this summer, communicate about them in the fall, and then it wouldn't be until the next year, and Alan clarified this earlier, that the first results based on that are released. So you've got the legacy standards going into the next academic year, but there'd be some clarity about where they're going in the out years. So just to take it back up to a high level, we're trying to answer the question, what's good enough to achieve a designated score or rating? And we're going to operationalize this as a cut score or a set of decision rules to define what's minimally acceptable. It's pretty straightforward in Mississippi because we have a total score and we can set a cut on that score, as has been tradition. In the past, we've distinguished between norm-referenced approaches and criterion-referenced approaches, and what we settled on was that we wanted to bring in elements of both in this instance. So when I say norm reference, I mean, and that's how the standards were set initially here in Mississippi, that we'd say, you know, the top 10% are going to get an A, the next 15% are going to get a B. I probably am not recalling those percentages with perfect fidelity, but that was the general methodology, is that there were percentile cuts that defined. A criterion reference seeks to understand the performance or the profile that underlies those letter grades. For example, to get an A, 65% of students must be proficient or meet growth targets. So we want to say specific things about the characteristics or the description of those schools. And I think what we're saying here is that we want a method that does both. We want to bring in data so that we're not, I'll use your word, blind to the norms and what the impact is, but we also want to lean in very explicitly into naming the characteristics and features of schools that are at each letter grade so that we truly can say, this is our picture of what an A school is or what a B school is, and so forth. So we're calling that a hybrid approach, and we want the methodology to honor both. So how do we set these standards? Again, I've covered this lightly at a previous meeting. There's a really strong tradition of setting standards in the assessment world. There's a just vast amount of literature about that can be applied to accountability systems, and more states are doing this now, and we think it's the right time for Mississippi to participate in this kind of approach. In the assessment world, anybody here ever participate in an assessment standard setting event? Yeah, they go by names like Engolf or Bookmark or ID matching. I don't know if any of those terms are familiar to anybody, but they involve bringing together panels of experts and judges, often teachers and curriculum directors and people that know the content standards and know students well. And you have descriptions of what students must know and be able to do to be at the pass level, at the proficient level, at the advanced level. And you go through the test and you say, at what point do you see evidence of that based on the items that the student gets right on the test. That's the core of the methods for how they're set in assessment. And what we're hoping to do is sort of port that over into the accountability space. Again, a lot of states have done this, so it's not like Mississippi is cutting their teeth on this. It's, there's been many states that have used a similar process. The idea is that any good approach reflects policy priorities, and that's a big part of what this group does. This group is a policy guidance group. They're informed by the judgment of a broad-based group of experts, and that they're transparent and well-documented. So people say, where'd these standards come from? Who decided an A was this many points or a B was this many points? That the department would be able to answer that and to say, we can give you a full report. This is what we did. This is who we involved. This is the rationale they used. And so it's not a mystery to anybody. And as with assessments, the defensibility of those standards are really linked to the process. Nobody can say what truth with a capital T is here. Nobody can say what the right standards are. But we all want to be able to say at the end of the day, we use a very strong process in which people can have confidence that good judgments were applied in the right conditions. So the general steps, I talked about that a little bit from the assessment world, porting it over into accountability a little bit. This summer, we'll pull together a broad-based panel of school and district leaders. I would be surprised if some or even many of you weren't invited to be on that panel. So, you know, the idea is that we want to get a group of folks that are well-positioned to advise on this. We'll work with that panel to establish or refine those performance level descriptors. That's one of the reasons why we want to get as much advice from you as we can about those so that they're not starting from scratch, which is why we've devoted some time again today to it. You'd use those descriptors to align ratings to an ordered list of anonymized schools and districts. And you may remember, we did that. We did a little example of that in a previous accountability task force meeting. We did that as a way to kind of suss out a little bit of kind of where your head was with that, and we used it to put together some candidate guidance. And I actually have that again today to share with you, kind of what I think came out of our previous conversations. You would do that. So basically, you get this descriptor of this is what an A school is, this is what a B school, C school, and then you go through a list of schools and their profiles, and you say, where does this one belong? Is this an A school, B school? And you do that over multiple rounds. And the reason you do that over multiple rounds is you want people to learn from the expertise of their colleagues and from the impact data. That's where the norms and the criteria come together. Because you say, all right, everybody did this in one round, and I can show you, reveal individuals. We did this previously in this room as an example, so you may remember. Like, here's a scatter plot. It shows like how each panelist rated this school, and you can see like the highest rating was this, the lowest rating was this, here's all the ratings in between, and you say, now you get to look and see what your colleagues said about the school, and you also get to see, like, if we went with these ratings here after round one, this is what percent of schools would be an A, a B, a C, and so forth. And so you can use both those criteria and the norms to refine your judgments in subsequent rounds. And so you do that over 3 rounds, and then you get a final list. When I've done this in the past, when you get to that last step, it's been common in my experience that instead of going through another round of an ordered list of schools, you just make an overall adjustment, because at that point, people are pretty well clear of where they're ranking or where they're identifying the schools, but they might want to tweak it to get some of that distributional characteristics where they want. Then you document the process. So that's in general what's in our head when we think about accountability performance standards, a very similar process to how large-scale standardized assessments are done. Again, the first pausing point for this afternoon's conversation is I just wanted to share that with you, which was partially a reminder, there's some new information, and ask this group, is there any feedback you have on that proposed process? Do you think that sounds reasonable? Are there things that you would have us include that I didn't mention, or other considerations before we start talking a little bit more about the criteria that we'll use?
Go ahead and put that slide back up there, please.
This one?
policy for the
No, the idea is that this could produce something different than just percentiles, and that we'd be very careful not to have the percentiles have too much influence. And you know, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. It's hard, and maybe your head's already here, because you can get the same score a lot of different ways, and that's what makes this super hard. And that's why it's not sort of a programming task. It's not a flow chart. It's really a human task, and because that's where humans have to wrestle with that variation. You can get a score of 550, a lot of different ways. And by the way, the same is true in the assessment world. You can get, I don't know how many items right off the top of my head it takes to get pass or proficient on MAP, but there is a direct relationship between the number of items that you get right and your score, and different students are getting different collections of items right. And you could make an argument that, I got 17 right, Alan got 17 different items right. Maybe we know different things, but we're getting the same score. So, I mean, it's not a new challenge to accountability. It's just expressed in this context.
So I understand the whole, okay, what does a school look like when it comes to proficiency, readiness, graduation, whatever. I guess, and I think we've struggled with this when we've done the exercises. I know I did. So where does the total points come in? I mean, it looks like here it's just sort of, quote, that adjustment phase. But like, is that even supposed to be part of our evaluation at any point? You understand what I'm asking?
Yeah. It comes in because when you're making decisions at a school level, you locate where the judgments shift from A to B, and that occurs with a specific school at a specific score, and you call that score the cut score.
When we talk about proficiency, what exactly? We talking about a combination of the 3 tests averaged out, just talking ELA and math, without science, possibly without the history. So when we say they got to meet a certain 65%, hypothetically scoring proficient, what does that mean?
Yeah. That's part of what we're going to spend a lot of time talking about today. Yeah. Yeah. I want to get as much clarity from this group and in subsequent groups as possible about what you see as the primary markers. And by the way, I think it'd be fair for you to say, like, I'd rather focus on 2 or 3 things as primary markers, and like growth and proficiency in certain areas. But
Rob's going to be agreeing on those 2 and 3 things.
Exactly. Exactly.
So I'm going to ask this question because one of the topics today has been proficiency minimums, thresholds, cuts, whatever. When we originally started, this group was pretty animate about, you don't have proficiency, well, do you have this? But from what I'm understanding, and I heard at Mass when that question was asked to Alan at the very, very end of his presentation, and Dr. Evans stood up and answered it. And he said, the guy said, is it and or? And Dr. Evans stood up and said, the answer is and. And so does that mean we're limited as a group? I'm just going to ask the question to where one of the measures is going to be proficiency and there's no or to it.
Well, I have sort of designed our discussion today to give you some flexibility to consider ands and ors. But if there's, but I'll be clear with you. I mean, I think it's less of a complicated decision at, say, an A level than it is, like a C or a D level, right? But, and maybe that's where Dr. Evans was coming from.
Well, so I'm sure many of you heard the conversations.
Top down.
Yeah, across the street, and some of them are focused on questioning weighting around growth. So one of the ways of addressing that is this process of going through standard setting and considering some of those just checkpoints in proficiency to say that, they have an expectation to have a certain proficiency rating. But I think his response that happened in the meeting the other day was in response to that.
And be very plain spoken about this. I mean, the way that Mississippi's growth model is oriented, it can't be any other way, at least at the highest levels, right? You can't get high growth without high proficiency. I mean, or it actually works a little bit better the same way. If you get high proficiency, you're going to get high growth because you get rewarded for staying proficient.
All growth, yeah. Low performing growth.
That low performance.
You get the high proficiency
Fair
schools
enough.
are low and low
But
proficiency.
if most of my students are proficient, the way the Mississippi's value tables work is you're getting credit for keeping those students proficient. And that's not a feature of every state's growth model. There's a lot of states that require growth even among students who are at proficient. So it's, all I'm saying is that I think some of that gets wrapped up together for schools when we're talking about those higher levels. I think it gets harder to disentangle when you get to those other levels of performance.
Our district, we don't have any ones. We might have one or two twos, but everything is a 3 to a 4 to a 5, and you get that confluence or whatever there at the 3 level. If there's 3B, they stay 3B for years and years and years. They just efficiency, you don't get any, and they count in your low growth, they count in your growth, and they count it, you get dinged 3 times for them. So I think that's where all that 3A, 3B, 3C came from, because we are to a point where a lot of districts are that way.
Yeah, these are tough questions.
Oh,
I
yeah,
get it.
and that's,
Yeah.
that's, again, going back to getting people to agree on the 2 or 3 things.
I understand your point, Alan, exactly. I wanted to ask, just so we know the framework we're working within, and I've made the statement, and I'm gonna make the statement again, like I never envy MDE's position, because you wanna talk about being between the rock and a hard place. They're trying to please 4 groups that they're caught in the middle of that want different things. And so I completely understand y'all's position where you are on these things. You're the middleman of about 4 competing things right here, and you're just right here. So I get the point. I just wanted to know what our framework was.
Well, right, but for this group, we want your feedback. We want to hear your opinion is, and policy decisions may drive otherwise, but we want to hear what you have to say.
I just got one question. Does this, what we're talking about, originally before we started talking about the criterion for AB or whatever, we were just always in the past, we reset the cuts. And I know we talked about when so many schools get, if we go to a criterion model, does that qualify as resetting the cuts, or do we have to do both? Reset cuts to be this and do the criterion, or does this take care of the resetting the cuts?
This is intended to reset the cuts.
So this will take care of it.
This is the process to arrive at new cuts that takes in both criteria and norms.
So the cuts for 754 for a high school to be an A may not change.
That's what we're saying.
Okay.
Well, I thought you were going to say something. It could change. I expect it to change. Yeah.
Because everybody's so higher, there's such a number of A, B, and C.
Gone up so much. in the
Right,
last
what I'm saying is, but if we got this criterion now that says, well,
You're
you gotta
saying
have so much
theoretically,
proficient, then will that automatically lower the number of A's and B's? So I'm saying, do we have to raise the cuts and increase the criterion? Do we have to do both? I'm not saying we won't do both, but does the criterion-based model, does it satisfy raising the cut, resetting the cuts? Does this satisfy that?
That's the intention. That's everything that's animating this process.
You're
So
saying, I
again,
get
it
your
doesn't
question
have,
now.
it may
Okay.
change, but it doesn't have to
So
change.
wherever it ends
Kinda has
up,
to
does it
change.
establish? Is that what
We
you're
would
asking?
anticipate
Yeah.
it being the same. A new process. Our state board has asked us, or basically directed us to consider another methodology for resetting the cuts. So the previous methodology, where for districts an A and that certain percent an F, I do not think they would approve a proposal if we recommended that from this body on through the commission to the state.
Looking at criteria, and we're saying we're taking the scatter plot like you talked about. What data are we using? Are we using most recent data? Because most recent data is the highest it's ever been. And there's different factors that have caused that. So like, what are we?
We're looking at our expressions of school performance that we're going to talk about today more, and we're gauging against impact data from the most recent accountability administrations. And I would say to the point about like whether they're going to change and how much they could change. I mean, I don't think we should at all be coy about this, either now or in future groups. That the policy interest is in making the cuts more rigorous, and I think if this whole process went forward and we said, oh, we're done, success, we have 90% of schools getting A's, I would expect it to be thrown out and some other solution would be put in place instead.
And I think I know what you're talking about, the artificial inflation
Growth.
from COVID, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think this year's data would be the first year we're out of that what I would say artificial inflation.
Yeah, that's why we're waiting to this.
You would use
Summer.
this year's data. I would think it'd be more valid to use
Be the
this
most
year's data
valid out of any of them.
instead of our previous years, because previous years have been somewhat artificially inflated
Yeah,
because of the graduation.
plan has been to use this year's data.
Okay, that's-
So we're gonna practice all spring and then get real in the summer, basically. That's the way to
You can't act on
I don't know about practice all spring, but
fine tune our X's and O's and then be ready for the
Yeah.
game in the summer kind of.
we want to make sure we're set up with as much guidance as possible from this group about the process and about the vision for school performance. And then the process this summer will try to build on that. All right, well, I can see we are eager to get to the good stuff, which is performance expectations. And you guys will remember, this is not our first bite of the apple. We've talked about this before. And so what I'd like to do for a good chunk of time today is get additional feedback from you to help us develop those draft school performance level descriptors. I'm going to share with you kind of some earlier things we've done, which we said at every turn, these aren't finished yet. We're just trying to develop our understanding. And I wanted this to be another case where we work a little bit in groups. So you get more people talking and more decision-making happening in the room. And what I'm going to do here in a little bit is ask, we're going to form 4 different groups, and we're going to have 2 groups working on elementary, middle, 2 groups working on high schools. And I'm going to share with you some earlier text we put together to help give you a little wind behind your back, and then ask you to give us some guidance about what criteria norms would you gauge, would you use to gauge whether a school qualifies for each grade level, how those requirements come together. This is what you're talking about. Where are the ands? Where are the ors? And then I'm building on what I went back and looked when we were preparing for this meeting. The last time we looked at this was April of '24. I'm going to share that with you for reference, but it doesn't have to constrain your decisions. So you could at least say like, okay, last time we tuned in, what kind of things were we talking about? So we can come back to that, and you can use that to give you a little bit of momentum. So this is just an example. Please don't storm the castle here if you don't like it. I mean, to the extent that we can be this clear is helpful. Like, when you think of it, I like to think of it as terms of like prototypical school, knowing that they all vary, but when you think of an A high school, what kinds of things are happening in that school? And just placeholder numbers, but you might say, you know what? 2/3 of the students are proficient, 2/3 are meeting growth targets. Most students, 90% or more, graduate on time. About half the students participate in advanced coursework. About half the students get an ACT of 20 or other thing. You may say, I have very different numbers in my head, Chris, but like I'd love to have some thoughts from this group. Like, what do you think of when you think of an A school? And for a B school, and for a C school. You don't even have to use these same bullets. You can pick other things. For example, you notice I don't have anything on there about English language progress. There's a lot you can bring in here. But the more we can get clear on what we think is characteristic, I think the better we can do creating some drafts that are helpful.
I'll say, and I just want to keep English language progress, they're measured in every one of those, you know what I'm saying? They're the one, so I mean, you don't have to implicitly say English language. They're the only group, a subgroup of students we have that count in every
Fair enough.
component of the accountability models.
Because they're being measured on all these things as
Yes,
well. Yeah, fair enough.
And I'm just thinking, spitballing this, it's like, if that's an A school, 2/3, 67% of your students score in proficient or advanced, that's, I don't know.
So I was provocative with my
I
example.
know.
Yeah.
I'd say 3/5 maybe, but that's still a little bit,
That's, you're on the committee, not me.
Okay, I'm just like,
And,
whoa.
so, and again, we're gonna do this for each level. I didn't give you an
Go back to
example for
my
each level. You
algebra
might say,
teaching
oh,
days,
but the
convert
difference
them
between
to
an A and a
fractions
C
to
is this. Now we go from 2/3 to 1/2. Maybe in your head, that's a different value. But want to try to get as much guidance from you as possible, about what you see happening in excellent schools, in schools that are more, say, typical, in schools that are performing at lower levels. So I've got a couple of things that will help us here. Let me actually jump out of this document. I'm going to get back to this in a second. I think the easiest way to do this, and I'll set up the groups here in just a second, is I'm just going to count off 1 through 4 and ask the 1s and the 2s to go together and so forth. And this is just a Google Doc, where if somebody in that group has a device that they can use to take notes, I would like the group to put information in these boxes. Like if you're in group 1, you're in an elementary and middle school group, and you guys talk about and put together some bullets that you think characterize schools in these levels. And there'll be a second group doing that for elementary schools, and then there'll be 2 groups for high schools, group 3 and group 4. And it's all one document, so you can scroll and see what the other groups are doing while they're doing it. And I'd like to come back together in about half an hour and just kind of go through this together and see what people were saying and how much clarity there is.
My heart a little bit. You got your middle elementary schools, you got your high schools. What about the? That's going to be a big part. I mean,
Let's start with this. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Get in with
And we're not doing districts at this point, so this, fair enough. But let's see how much we can get on this. Yeah,
You think they're trying to,
don't mean to hurt your heart. If you
I
say.
think it's a ploy to consolidate.
So another way to think about this, and again, I'm sort of ambivalent about whether or not you're going to care about this today or not, so I'm just going to give it to you as
Yeah, we'll care.
an FYI. One way that sometimes groups approach this is they say, you know what, we're going to try to go through indicators and give them like a high, moderate, and low, and then talk about how they come together. We've given this a little bit of attention before, and we have some markers for high, moderate, and low performance at indicator levels. And those were largely based on what profiles looked like when we went through those list of ordered schools, but we've never really inspected these too deeply. The other thing we've done in the past is we've put together just some very high-level descriptions of like A schools, B schools, C schools, like things like it's an exemplary school, which most students are meeting or exceeding expectations. So you might want to go back, and this document is linked to the Google Doc that you're making your notes in. So you can, if you go to the school profile thing, let's say I'm in group 1, and think, okay, I want to take a look at that guidance document, just click on that and you can pull it up. And again, whether you want to use that to inspire your thinking, that's great. If you would rather just sort of start from scratch, that's fine too. Nothing about this has ever been voted on, affirmed, anything like that. So it's just based on some general feedback in previous conversations. I thought it would be better not to start from zero.
Have a document or a spreadsheet that has all these things sorted from top to bottom based off of previous.
This is it. This is what I got. I've got some notes about indicators, and I've got some notes about overall performance. And in fact, one of the limitations is we never did this for high schools. We only did this for elementary and middle. So, and nothing that we've ever talked about dealt with the college and career readiness as it's now defined.
So, and I know that you're not going to put any limit, but I would think it would be something to be said as far as, if we're going to talk about proficiency levels and amount, I think it, for ease of explanation and this, that, and the other should be pretty much consistent from middle school, high school, elementary. You know what I'm saying, if you're talking about ELA or math proficiency ranges, I guess that's something the simplicity of teachers and parents, just public in general, that we need to explain criteria. It would just be easier to say if it is 2/3 proficiency level, then say ELA and math, that way.
I don't know about that now, because those scales, those numbers are different.
I know, but I
I
mean-
disagree.
I know, but I mean.
Yeah, those numbers are different. Now, we can rate them the same. Like, we can say this is high importance. Those numbers are totally different. I can tell you the averages for all the letter grades across the 23-24 results, and you don't want to do that right there.
Okay.
I'm gonna
I
leave
was
that up
thinking-
to groups to talk about.
Yeah,
I do
was
think
just-
we
I was
should
just
step
thinking-
back.
I was just thinking ease of explanation, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're going to produce some
Wonky school, wonky. Yeah.
700 scale, ain't nobody going to be an A.
Hey, yep. mhm.
I think there's two ways to look at coherence. One way to look at coherence is coherence of criteria, which is what you're suggesting, Superintendent, which I think is wise. Another way to look at coherence is consistency and impact, like similar percentages of A's, B's. And I think Ryan's right. I think doing one might not be the same as doing another. Yeah. Yeah. All right. You guys have heard my voice too much today. It's time for me to talk less and let you guys talk more. Let me count off here. I'm going to start with LaToya, and let's just go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1,
3, 4, 2, 3.
3.
that's perfect. Yeah. And then Tim and Alan and Paul and I, we can spread out a little bit and listen in on what you guys are doing. But I'd say, and does somebody in the group please agree to be a note taker? Probably somebody with a laptop, because they can pull up I need to.
No, wait.
Christy, I don't know what to do with you. I think we'll just stay tuned and listen in when we come back, I guess, and make your contribution. Sorry about that. So either use that bit.ly or the QR code, and that way you can get to that Google Doc. So let me give everybody a chance to get that. I'll leave it up there. And remember, it's one document that has all 4 groups. So if you're group 3, don't go in there and start working on group 1. Like, go scroll down and find group 3, and so forth. I'll come around and make sure you guys are. Okay, so maybe group 1s can gather here, kind of near where LaToya is. Group 2, maybe in that corner, kind of near where Lindsay is. Group 3 over here, maybe kind of where Crystal is. And then group 4 over here, closer to where Paul is. Did you need that, that code there? Okay,
got it.
you got it?
Thank you.
Okay,
I got
yep,
it.
you got it. So I'd love to just kind of go around by each group and hear what kind of conversations you had and kind of how far you were able to get and what contributions you made. So let's start with group 1. I'm displaying the document here. Let me, you guys want to share some highlights of your conversation and some of the recommendations you made?
Struggled with this, I'm just gonna be honest. It's a lot harder than we thought it was gonna be.
Okay. Okay.
It's 50%.
Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah. That's very helpful to hear kind of how you approached it and where you arrived. And this is very, very clear. Yeah, so thank you. Thanks for those insights. All right, group 2, same task, looking at elementary and middle schools, and a little bit different guidance. Why don't you share some of your thinking with us?
Mentioned earlier about how potentially starting at the A may be an easier way to approach things, and it may be more difficult than an idea of where some of the other boundaries are. And so just happen to have, for the last 4 years, some of our trends within our own school district, looking at
Excellent.
not just the overall number and letter grade, but the 7 different boxes. And so some of the trends that we saw in the district started at the A and came up with the numbers based on some of the schools, particularly in Madison County, how you're scoring at, let's say, the lower A side or the higher A side, what kind of were some similarities in those, and then worked our way down from the A range to the B, C, and D. Which in our district, most of the time, we talk about scores within quintiles. And so that kind of almost aligned to some of what you mentioned, Chris, before we began. I think you threw out an A being 2/3 proficiency or whatever. And so the thing the group wanted to emphasize, though, on ours is that it was always an average. Notice that in each one of them, whether it be with the growth boxes or the proficiency boxes, it was going to be an average across either the 3 core subjects of ELA, math, and science, or an average of ELA, math, low, and overall growth. Even if it's not as clear, it was meant to be an average. Whereas you didn't do as well in ELA and math. But you're made up for it in science, for instance.
Tap it off us.
I mean, we could say that same thing.
All right, so same thinking in group 1.
said average too.
Okay.
Look at
Doesn't
them
make
going down, it's
sense.
like 10 points each. Separated it by 10 points each.
No, go ahead.
No,
So once we decided kind of on what the A thresholds may look like, then when we looked at not only the proficiency and the growth, trying to see if there was any similarities. So we started out at 60 and 70, for instance, that you have up there. You'll notice as you go to the B and then below, we kept the increments similar going down, meaning we may have dropped 10 or 15 points and the range was maybe 9 points or whatever, but there were some consistencies across the board.
Helpful.
And just for clarification, that's average proficiency and average growth to get that. Okay. And not or.
So you're saying that like an A school is 60% average proficiency and 70% average growth.
Please don't, Ms. Kiss, we
I want to, or, but we didn't think about it.
Okay, oh, that's
that
fine.
way.
So didn't get to that point, so is that something
And?
that group 1 discussed? Did you discuss whether or not these were and statements or statements?
At first, we were thinking about the ands. Yeah, but we were saying these were the minimum thresholds, just the minimum that you would have to, and not just.
And makes the most sense, but I just
Yeah, I just
wanted
did
to
and.
clarify.
Okay. And, and maybe as we get into this a little bit further, we can think about whether or not you start to get some or statements when you get down to the Bs and the Cs and so forth. But
We did talk about the or because, you know, if you, again, we were looking at, we took off of, looked at the accountability rating currently for 23 to 24.
Uh-huh.
And then we removed all the schools so we can just do it blindly. And then as we were looking at each one of the proficiency and the growth, you know, this school may have had this or this and was able, you know, had different combinations to make up their rating. So after we started out by saying the or, we said, oh, we I mean the and, we said, oh, we could have done some or, but all of it was and.
That's helpful to hear. Okay. Anything else, group 1 or 2? You guys focused on growth and proficiency, which is fair. I told you guys to focus on the ones you thought were higher priority to address. So,
And you'd also made the comment before we broke off into groups that the English language learners aspect was within each aspect anyway, so we were maybe not focusing on the EL progress, therefore we stopped the conversation. Also, you have not all schools with EL progress as well, as a separate entity, so.
all right. So, let's hear from our high school group. First high school group is group 3.
Let Stephen Hampton do it, but I wanna,
So, we talked with high schools, we basically said, okay, what's the most important thing? And we all agreed that graduation rate is gonna be the most important thing for high schools. You know, that's our whole purpose of getting kids through. So we thought, you know, if you're gonna talk about A rating, for A-rated high school, we feel like that, it should be like 90% or above the graduation rate. I think you can incorporate, and we had a little discussion about the diploma types of maybe having 50% distinguished graduates, you know, or 50% above a traditional diploma. Does that make sense? So, but then our conversation also went into, as a high school principal, our goal was not necessarily proficiency. We wanted to be proficient, but ultimately we just wanted them to pass the test to be able to graduate. And so and it really growth at that time. Growth could be emphasized in the younger schools because by the time they get to the high school, it has to be about pass or higher or proficiency or higher. I mean, growth is a little. It's a little too late to worry about growth. I mean, we should be there to that proficiency or pass level. So that's why we put an A-rated in math, ELA, math, and science, 60% proficient or higher, or 75% pass or higher. And I know the department's goal is proficiency, but in a high school, it's hard for me to look at a parent and say, well, your child passed, but they're like, there's nowhere else in this world. I mean, when I passed my driver's license test, I was a proficient driver, you know? I'm just saying, you know, and so how can I say you passed the English 2 test, but you're not proficient? So it's hard, so that was our conversation about that.
Okay.
And then we talked about, because we do feel like it's important for us to have some conversations about acceleration and college and career readiness, because I think we need to be focused on that college and career readiness point, because we need to either be preparing for college or a career. So that has to play into it as well. We couldn't iron that out, how that looked. We couldn't put a number.
Okay.
Yeah, because in my opinion, if you're gonna be, say, the ACT, you're gonna have to take advanced courses. I mean, acceleration is your AP dual credit and your CTE. Well, that feeds into your college and career readiness. The more advanced classes you take, the more dual credit courses you take, the higher your ACT scores are gonna be. And the more CTE courses, the higher your work keys and career readiness will be.
This is super helpful, and I appreciate the prioritization and the rationale for that.
Little concerns at the bottom if you want to look at those too. We did extra credit.
talked about how, and we did have a good discussion about how, and I've said this for you, the one thing that determines primary your accountability rating a lot of times is your zip code. And, even in my district, I have one zone that has 40% free and reduced, but I also have another zone that has high school that has 92% free and reduced. And it's harder to get these kids, but we talk about, I don't expect any less from the 92% free and reduced as I do the 40%, but there is more difficulties associated with lower socioeconomic. How can we equate for that, or how could we balance that?
And that's where the comment of more about the ORs and not just the high school level, because I think my colleague stated we don't want it to be a domino effect. And we have on there that you have multiple ways of getting to that particular aid when you're looking at it from the high school side.
Fair is not always consistent, consistent is not always fair. That's kind of what we're talking about. Now, go ahead and move.
You don't want to hear this.
You don't want to.
Very practical, man. We were very practical.
All right, well, let's hear from Group 4, and then we'll compare and contrast across the group. So you guys maybe took a little different approach.
Okay, so full transparency, we had so many philosophy discussions, we didn't even get past A. However, what we struggled with, so the and/or is the biggest part of this whole discussion. And I'm going to prove it.
We believe you, but go ahead.
So those numbers that we put up there, we're on, we're 1,000 scale. Those numbers that we put up there are below, and in some cases, well below, the current A average for the 24,000 scale data. Does that make sense?
Okay.
We're below it. We put something below it in every one of them. And for instance, like the math all growth, the average is 90.1 and we put 80. Okay? So we put well below. I just want to clarify that. So then what we did is we took the accountability spreadsheet after we did it and we filtered and made all of that an and. And the A's went from 70 of 233 to 10. So the and or you have to decide first, to me, is the moral of the story. Now, because in the end, if we could have to start completely over if you don't have your and ors right. So that's such a huge point. So I think like when Dr. Domaleski earlier was talking about, quote, what matters to you. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I stated this to the group. I mean, we got a lot of interest in what we are doing with what we're doing right now outside of educators. Let's call a spade a spade. And so, it's been very clear that proficiency is not going to have an or associated with it. My opinion is the readiness indicator probably doesn't have an or associated with it because so much emphasis on it. So where are the ors in other places? Because that becomes a big point of emphasis for us. Because we tried to start off with, okay, abstractly, what should the number be? I don't know how you do that. I mean, I don't know how to do that, and I'm sure it's because I start with data and then I go from there. But I don't know how to abstractly say because it's all different. My 1,000 scale numbers abstractly would have been totally different than the 700 scale, and so I don't know how you do that. So we started off with the average of the A's that on current, and we worked from there. So you guys chime in with any other thoughts you had, but that was the process. It took us a while to establish our process because we had so many philosophy discussions with it to begin with.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. And you're exactly right. There's so much variance in how you get a score. This matters. And then what we're trying to do is thread the needle between something that's ambitious but achievable. And we can't fail on either one of those. And so it really helps me to hear folks just put some markers down about what you prioritize and what these patterns could look like.
One thing on that, when we did the sorting, look at the math low 25 with high schools, there were 87 schools that had 100. A lot of those were not A schools. I mean, you know, it's and/or that just further exaggerates that.
And that's kind of the conversation we had, because in elementary and middle school, when I was a middle school assistant principal, we tested every kid every year. When I was a high school principal, I put it in foundations to algebra.
Yeah.
You know, and it was their sophomore year before they took an algebra test, so they had an opportunity, I had more opportunities to ensure growth out of that kid. That's why we were wanting to de-emphasize growth, because ultimately, I wasn't putting those courses in front of them for them to grow. I was putting those courses in so they could be successful to pass or provision.
Time they go to high school, we're trying to teach them the past, but we're trying to get that growth as well to help us. So
Yeah.
we got to think about that.
The other thing about just putting abstract numbers without looking at the data, look how different those numbers are based on component and subject. That's just one scale. You throw in a bunch of scales. I just don't know how you do that. When you say this is the profile,
Yeah.
math and reading is so different. Low performing, look at low performing,
25
reading and math low performing.
Well, you still
80
got
and
some
55.
growth in there coming out of the pandemic.
Right,
In
but-
high school math this past year.
You're right, but even on the 700 scale, like the average reading low growth for the A districts was 59 and 80, so it was 20 points different on the 700 scale, which had no pandemic effect.
You know, one of the things that,
Interesting though, y'all
One
both
right
came,
answer in math.
yeah,
y'all both came up with same number on grad rate though.
Yeah.
Well, no, by that point, like everybody left already had 90, so we didn't have to decide. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it was like, you know what I mean? At that point, it was like, that was the last one we did, and it was like, there, you know, like, by process of elimination.
so, yeah,
We started with proficiency, because to be honest with you, it's very clear that that's gonna be, not gonna be an or.
Yeah, the 90 graduation rate, I wouldn't start with that. Just speaking from a small school perspective, it can get, graduation rate can get hammered pretty hard. Right. Right.
Way, that means that universal credit component would no longer be safety net. Average them up, and now you all have U.S. history.
yeah.
So now I don't have that safety net to provide those seniors with.
Please.
That is not the appropriate time, and I'll keep it short and sweet. Wendy Clemens is, I'm joined here by Wendy Clemens. But if many of you, if you've heard Dr. Evans speak, you've heard him talk about looking at a performance-based graduation option, much like the performance-based licensure option. So it hasn't been all fleshed out yet. I mean, it's like. Oh, it's fleshed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I guess not for public consumption, maybe, but,
Main Street. We are trying to at least put the policy, we do have, what are they called, revisions on the accountability standards that are going to be in February. I have actually put the policy, the recommended policy into appendix A5. And so, you know, in A5, you have all of the in lieu of. I have heard conversations, Alan, correct me if I'm wrong, if we do go to free assessments, will we still have the average in lieu of?
don't know.
We don't know that yet. Okay.
Exactly what that
But what will happen is we have, and again, if you have a senior, second semester senior, who has an end of course assessment that they have not
But the portfolio will be very
Okay,
similar
X
to
that.
kind of like a senior project. That will really be based on career, what the child wants to do, work shadowing. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be really around, okay, you're here, you've done 13 or 12 and a half years. You know what I'm saying? Now, let's see what it is that, what is your transition gonna look like? What is it that you're gonna do? And that can be, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, y'all, I'm not a good test taker, so I'd probably be taking a portfolio class, but I still went to college, you know, so it's not that these students won't be college bound, but some of them won't be, you know. And they have to take the assessment that they're missing each opportunity that it's given, so they don't just take it the first time and then say, I'll wait till my senior
Right.
year.
But you're saying you wouldn't determine if they're the portfolio option until
After
They
you
take
get
the
test
portfolio
scores
class
back.
in January.
Correct. It'll be a second semester project.
Only, that's the only time you
So
can take
in-
it.
Correct. So you can't tag them in ninth grade and say, you look like a portfolio option.
So we will put them in that class before we even know if they failed the test in December, because we don't get scores back till February usually.
Yeah, you'll have to. Now, I guess.
That'd be their-
They did, then you could transition them, you know what I'm saying? But, yeah, they'll be put in there. But I'll be honest with you, if that is in fact the case, I don't think it would be a bad class for the child to take anyway. I mean, you know what I'm saying? If they are first semester of their senior year and they're I wouldn't find that to be,
They'll learn in that class, they're probably gonna need anyway. They're gonna be home, yeah.
Correct. So, I'm just, yeah, so, I wouldn't worry too much. Not out for public consumption. Oh, this is private, yeah, like I said, I've.
It is now.
Well, it's not like, Has it approved?
Yeah, Dr. Evans talks about it every time he talks to someone, but it's not approved by the
Right,
commission
it is
or
a
in the state board.
concept right now, it hasn't been approved.
This would be.
Or going out in APA or anything else.
Yeah.
This would be for general education students, not just for special education students. All students.
All students. Any student that is trying to get a traditional diploma or
We used to have an option where students who had a ruling could potentially
No, it's
collect a
not, no.
portfolio over a number of years.
It's
So
not
that's-
to replace the occupational diploma.
So, let me do a couple things. Thank you guys for all of this. Very helpful. And it sounds like there's
You
gonna
were
be
here for a reason, Dave.
multiple areas to follow up on. Go ahead, Ryan.
I want, Lawrence asked a good question, and I wanted to make one point before we finalize this. The other thing that is a huge difference is when you do it strictly by component. So we added up our minimum. Remember, our minimum was well below that current A average.
Right.
The total points wouldn't even be an A. They're 732. 754 is the current A. But yet, when we did it by component, well below, there were only 10 A's. So see,
10
to see,
A's, but less than the 754.
So,
That's
and
what I was
or-
asking earlier.
and-
Could it, does it have to grow? Could it
right.
be less?
And what you're saying is there's multiple ways to enforce rigor. One is through conjunctivity, which is to say, like, all of these things have to happen, and when you do that, it's very rare that you see that happen. Or you can up the thresholds a little bit, but allow a lot more variance. So,
you got to
point-
make decisions first.
point well taken. And I'm going to try to summarize a little bit of what I'm hearing in just a second. Christy, I wanted to kick it to you because you didn't get a chance to sit with the group, and you've had a chance to hear all the groups. We'd love to hear if you have any insights about any of this before we start to wrap this part up and move on.
Only that this is probably one of the most challenging ways to set expectations for ABCD next school letter grades. Looking at, you'll always find an exception to the schools, so all of these are just in general statements. I know a lot of states, including Florida, had gone down the road of creating a series of business rules in addition to setting the expectations whereby you couldn't earn an A if you didn't have at least half of your lowest performing students making growth, or at least 40% of your students proficient in reading. So this is really challenging. It's definitely a policy decision, and we're always probably going to find some exceptions,
Yep.
schools that we do think should be rated higher than they are, because of the exceptional high growth component, but not meeting the proficiency target. So, I don't know, this will be a fun one to discuss moving forward.
Yeah, totally agree. This is very challenging. Well, thanks everybody for leaning into the challenge. It really does help to have your perspectives. I mean, a couple things I heard, with the elementary and middle groups, certainly, and not surprisingly, I heard you really elevate proficiency and growth. I think you both talked about being happier with some, or being a little more open to variance across content areas and looking at those averages as opposed to variance across components. So that's sort of helpful to hear you articulate through that. And I saw in each group sort of the ways that you created gradations was both through the strength of the targets and through introducing more of those or statements as you go down. And I think that's certainly a reasonable way to approach that. And, with the high school groups, I think some of the same concepts were at play. But I heard there's a little bit less on growth and more on those outcomes, as it makes sense, proficiency, readiness, graduation rate, but also particularly with group 4, talking about the importance of being open to some variability if you want to have high standards in those grades, at those different letter grade levels. So that makes sense. And I promise that nothing we've done today is going to be like stamped as anything, that goes into policy. This was intended to just be another enticement to share some of your thoughts and values. We're going to continue to try to pull those together, try to say some clear, coherent things about this, because when we do the standard setting in the summer, what I don't want to do is start with just a blank sheet of paper. I want them to be able to benefit from the ways that others have been thinking through this and some of the values that they've put down. But just as we've acknowledged, this is always intended to be a combination of criteria and norms. I think that's the only way you can get to the ambitious, but attainable. And, like Al and I were up here saying like, one of the things you could do is create ranges, and you could say, like what a lower bound would be for how much variance if you wanted. And that would be, those ranges have to be pretty big in some cases. But I think there's other ways to try to express how those criteria are intended to be valued. And with each iteration of this, I think we should inspect it against the data and see how reasonable that is. And I think we'll continue to do that. So, but again, it would be great if when this is all said and done, the state can say this was inspired by a view that these characteristics apply to schools in these letter grades. Even if it's not always the case, there's at least sort of a characteristic case that inspired it. And I think that that's a good way to help communicate clarity. I think a bad answer when somebody says, what's an A school? If you say, oh, it's a school in the top 10%. I don't think that helps anybody. I think it helps people when you say it's a school where, on average, we notice these things happening. So I think that's kind of what we're trying to get at. So we are at 3 o'clock, and we're set to adjourn no later than half an hour from now. The main thing I want to make sure we get done before we wrap up is get back to growth. We said we would call the question again before the end of the day, and we're at the end of the day. So listen, if we come out of this conversation and you say we're not ready to make a recommendation, then that's where we land. But if you have a recommendation to make, Al and I are up here sort of strategizing about getting that amendment, getting some text drafted as soon as possible next week. And if there is an inclination to make a change with growth, we'd like to start putting some text together right away.
So just as we transition, I just want to know if this can be taken into consideration, because, and I'm going to say victim, I fell victim to the reset before, where we was growing, we just didn't grow faster than the bottom percent has to be F. So I'm not interested in being an F because somebody told me I had to be an F. And when we look at these criteria, it seems like the talk is not, I don't go anywhere and they say we don't have enough D's and F's. I hear we probably got too many A's and B's that don't fit the AB, but I never heard anybody say we don't have enough D's and F's. When we look at this and we look at that bottom line, just score, regardless of, we need a safety net when we reset this to keep schools from being an F just because somebody told you you had to be an F. Then as we start to move to B, A, we start to take more into consideration on what that looks like. But if we could just have at that bottom part of the accountability ratings, just a flat number without the ranges, without the and ors. Because I just don't feel like schools should be rated an F just because so many gotta be. So I just feel like schools need a safety net. Say if it's currently a 600, 500, whatever, the minimum for D or whatever. And as long as you get that, and maybe some indicators, but I mean, I just don't feel like schools need to be Fs just because.
I think what I hear you saying is you want to make sure that the process isn't influenced by a desire to create a minimum percentage of F schools, that it's based on clear criteria for what it means to be a D.
Right.
Okay. Noted. Yeah. Thanks. So, growth. The main question that we want to ask this group is, do you support moving forward with a change so that there's a third growth category created? A 3C is sort of the shorthand we've been using, in addition to a 3A and a 3B. We'll probably get to the point where we're going to need to ask you to vote. But before we do that, let's hear some discussion. Why would you be inclined to support that? Why would you be inclined not to support that?
You guys know how I feel about growth. I think it's super important because to me, it's a demonstration of learning. It's an outcome for a parent to be able to see that their child is moving towards progress or proficiency. When you look at the difference between 2A and 2B, it's a much smaller gap than 3A to 3B. It is an 8 skill score point difference between 3A and 3B. So that's very difficult, and they're still on grade level to show growth. So to me, it's just it's making it more equal to that same gap between the 2A and the 2B status.
A lot more density in the distribution there, though, so I realize the size of the gaps are smaller, yeah, but there's a lot more students in that range, so, and yeah, I mean, to your point, Crystal, and to others, that, we talked about this at the TAC, and they were a little worried about trying to chop it up too finely to the point where they wouldn't be meaningful differences, and they sort of put some guidance out to say as long as those ranges were at least at or above the conditional standard error of measure, then they felt like that would be defensible. But I wouldn't want to chop it up any further.
And I guess for me, my vote is to keep it as is.
Okay.
Simply because our ultimate goal is proficiency. And, I look at the threshold and the role, the number of points needed to move to each level. I just think we need to look at, you spoke about the assessment standard setting, or looking at that. I think we need to look at that assessment, those thresholds, that the number of questions needed at each of the grade levels to be the level 4. Because if we slice it one more time now, we're gonna have to look at that again. I mean, we're still gonna be right back at this place that we're at. And I think a more in-depth look at the assessments, each grade level, what's needed to be a level 4, not decreasing the expectation or the rigor, because, NAEP shows that we're moving. I just think we need to look at something else aside from grade.
I appreciate your point. I really do, and I think that's well stated. But I also feel like I owe it to the group to say I'm not aware of any initiative at work in the state where those assessment cut scores are being looked at. Okay. Yeah. Other thoughts about growth? Heard one comment about why it might be best to leave it alone. Christie, you made a point earlier that that's where your perspective was. Are there any alternative points of view to this?
If we leave it alone, would you agree that the model currently incentivizes growth to the point of proficiency and remaining in proficiency, right? Like if you continue to grow and you get into proficiency, remain proficient, that's incentivized by the model. You also agree that if proficiency is never reached, the model incentivizes going backwards and then coming back to the original point. The model does incentivize that. Nobody would dare try to do that. I'm just saying that's what the model realistically incentivizes. I mean, I can.
Explain what you're saying.
Does that make sense?
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't have sort of an opinion to share on your questions, but I take your questions as sort of food for thought for the group, I think is what you're doing. Noted. And yeah, I think it sounds to me, Matt, that you're encouraging us to think a little bit more about whether there should be points given for level 3. Yeah.
This makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think you've been very clear about that. And I mean that. I think it's great that you've been very consistent and very well spoken about your point of view there.
I have to say it or you got it. I have to say it or you got it.
Go ahead and say it.
Say it.
Your launch right now.
Support a change for the current.
Yeah, right. I just think with what we're doing, with looking at that portrait of an A or a B and looking at those percentages or minimums to reach that highest level, you have to get a certain level of proficiency. That's the incentive to keep pushing the kids from year to year if I ever want to reach the top tier. So it's there. But a school who's reaching it in proficiency but not getting the growth because of students that just stuck in that 3 range and not even getting a half or considering a half, but they're maybe reaching the proficiency. So I'm just saying, if we say you got to have a certain proficiency to be an A or a B, what if I'm reaching that proficiency, but I'm stuck with all these kids that's just passing and I don't reach it? So if we're going to look at it for schools to say schools are reaching A and B without this proficiency, we got to do something about it. Then what do we do when schools are reaching the proficiency but not getting the growth? Are we saying, oh, but that's okay? I want us to look at it both ways.
And one of the things I'll do, because I know we're going back to articulating reasons why awarding points in 3 might be advisable. I'll make sure it's in the notes that we talked about it and what the sources of support were. So, I want Lawrence, Matt, others to realize I listened. I'm listening to you, but I'm also trying to be just extremely candid and fair with you.
So what, and I'm just thinking a lot, because we had this conversation about past being so important for high school students. What if we just awarded some type of point for high schools instead of the middle elementary?
Well,
I get it, I'm not against.
growth
I'm just
is,
thinking out loud.
growth's not an issue for high school. Right,
They graduate.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll just say, for me, it doesn't make, just tell me the rules and I'm not passionate either way,
Yeah, that's clearly an example of an issue where we've got several competing points of view, and I appreciate everybody. I'm gonna kind of come back to it again. I'm sorry if I am annoying.
You won't have it.
Does anybody want to support, does anybody want to propose that we move forward with a 3C?
Yeah, Crystal. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah.
Weighted proficiency model, then we need all the help we can get in the growth area.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so are you guys comfortable voting on this? Because I really would like to get a sense for where we are. I'm going to ask you in a second. Raise your hand if you support adding a 3C. And I guess that's it. Yeah, if you don't raise your hand, I'm going to assume you don't support it. Or you support it with conditions that we're not prepared to offer right now. So that's just, that's it. So
Yeah.
raise your hand if you support adding a 3C.
So we can do, we not,
That's it. No, what, nothing else is accompanying it. It's a 3C or status quo.
Have we looked at any models to see how it affects or any impact data?
Showed you that last time.
Last time?
Yeah.
Okay.
It had a modest effect for math and a bigger effect for reading. I can pull that slide back up.
Total points, it's going to range for districts. A few
Yeah.
outliers, 5 to 15 total points that they would gain, depending on various circumstances.
The analyses are,
average is a gain, it's a plus.
the analyses
Positive.
are a
Yeah,
year or
it has,
two
yeah,
old,
it's
but
positive for, I mean, it's some sort of positive.
So,
a
There'll be some that benefit
5.7%
more than others.
increase across, in terms of growth points earned in mathematics, and a 14% increase in growth scores earned in language arts.
so if we did this 3C, Mr. Burrow, what would you think would happen based on previous? Okay, so a kid in 4th grade would have say, a score of 3B, just a couple of points, maybe shy of a 4. And the next year, so that kid is a 3B, 4th grade. So in 5th grade, we split it into 3, but that kid's score from 4th grade would, if it was split into 3, would already be a 3C. So in 5th grade, how would you look at the two, if I'm 3B regardless, when I get to 5th grade and you split it into 3 levels, if I'm a 3C, do I get the points, or do you go back to 4th grade and split it into 3 and say, well, that's 3C, 3C?
Yeah, so when we would calculate it, we would need our baseline year to have the same growth levels as the year that we're measuring. We would go back and assign a growth level as though there was a 3C.
So if I'm 3B and I'm at the highest part of the 3B, and the next year I'm 3C, it's possible that I don't even get growth points.
That's true. But 3B.
But you weren't going to get growth points either way.
Right.
If you were
No,
3,
I'm
yeah.
just saying, well, we're supposed to be looking at, I thought, something to say, hey, this matters.
It does matter to the degree that, and again, to the latest analysis we've done, it matters to 5.7% and 14%. Again, will that show up the next time we run it? I have no idea. And is it, yeah, would everybody that's in that 3B range get a more favorable growth? No, but some would, yeah. Yeah. Again, I'm trying to be very, very upfront with the group. It is intended to create a little more separation in the range, about as much as we think the range can support, because we're trying to do everything we can to declare there's progress when there's evidence of progress, without declaring that being in level 3 gets you any points. And again, many people have spoken about how dissatisfied they are with that last part, but that's where we're at.
I guess I want to make sure, if we're gonna, when we do vote here in a second, is there 3 potential options on voting, or is there only 2?
I'm suggesting 2. One is status quo, one is 3C.
not 3C with potential other things. Okay, so it's either yes or no, okay.
From a statistical standpoint, back when we originally looked at this in 2019, I just pulled this out. I mean, just because originally I thought, man, because when you do your growth percentages, I don't know how many you look at this, but like your growth percentages from each baseline level, that's where you find this issue. But I played a game, and I created a 4A and a 4B and a 5A and a 5B, and I said, so is this just, it's the top level that requires movement forward? Is that all this is? And the answer is yes. It does a perfect trend if you create a 4A, 5B. So 4A and 5B growth percentages is harder than 3A and 3B if you create one. And those are proficient students. It's just statistic. So ironically, I think I'm going to vote against it.
Mister, we've talked about this in all the years. I'm really surprised. This is what the conversation we're having today.
Well, I think there's a couple sentiments in the room. There's some that support it. There's some that feel like it's such a poor alternative to other options that I think it's not inspiring a lot of confidence. And there's others that maybe are worried about the uncertainty of it. So I think there's a lot of things I'm hearing.
And if you want to make it a separator, if you want to think about your district, just being honest with you, you got to ask yourself the question, are you getting double? Are you going to get double bonus or single bonus? And Stephen brought this up earlier. Those of you that have the districts that have a high percentage of their low performing with level 3 are going to gain more points out of this than you are if you do not. So as this thing gets ready to separate and reset cuts and all this gets hard with that exercise, that's why I said I couldn't do this in a vacuum. And I just don't think we need any more separators. We aren't like Stephen, Greg and Matt and them, where we have a lot of three and low performing, but we're not as high as a lot of the districts because we have everything everybody has. And there's some of y'all that have none. And so, if you just want to, from a standpoint there, so, and the philosophy, guy like Greg's point, I mean, to be honest with you, take a teacher standpoint, and if she's got a 3B student right now, what is she striving for? What does she think she needs for that 1? 4, and what is she going to think she needs now? So I'm going to vote against it.
Half of the 3Bs could already be 3Cs if you're going to go back a year. So, I mean, it's still.
Yeah, we're going in circles here. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. I'm going to say, raise your hand if you support the 3C. I'm going to raise a hand if you support status quo. And then if you don't raise your hand for either, I'm going to call you an abstainer. Okay, and that's okay. But raise your hand if you support the 3C.
I'm the only one.
Come on.
Doesn't matter.
It's gonna be.
1, 2,
Right.
3, 4. Raise the hand if you support status quo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the rest are declining to vote. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, these conversations are important, and I appreciate the fact that people have, really passionate views, and you share that respectfully, and that's why this is an important committee, and we value you. We're in the time of the meeting where we ask if you have any closing remarks. In the interest of time, maybe we don't go around the horn. I'll just open it up. Is there anybody that has any closing remarks they'd like to offer? That might be suggestions for priorities for future meetings. It might be points you want to highlight from this meeting. But the floor is open for anybody who wants to offer any closing comments before we wrap up.
I have a few things.
Please.
From notes that I've taken. As we think about some of these changes, we need to think about data collection and ACT super scores and SAT scores. Not sure how we're going to get those. ACT scores, super scores are, of course, a culmination of all the assessments that they've taken. We'll certainly reach out to ACT and see if there's any possibility we might be able to get information from them directly. And same with SAT, but as of right now, we don't. So we're looking at a manual entry. Diploma endorsements. We're going to be relying on districts to enter diploma endorsements based on the state definition of the endorsement. Your district may have endorsements that have higher requirements for a distinguished graduate in your district. So we'll need to make those distinctions clear, and we'll rely on districts to enter that data. Go ahead.
And we think on that one, it's primarily with the Carnegie Unit credits, like the state minimum is overall number of Carnegie Unit credits, but some districts require more for the diploma. I mean, we don't think it's going to be in the area of like the ACT scores or things like that, but that question was raised. We thought it was a good question at Superintendent's Advisory meeting the other day, because graduation, I mean, the state sets the minimum, but then the local district has the ability to increase their requirements as long as it's the state minimum. So when we collect data on, at all these points, but particularly around the diploma endorsements, we have to ensure that it's based on the state minimum.
Anticipated.
You know, and we were just pointing out at Superintendent's Advisory, you know, that the definition has to be the same. And it's kind of similar to the business rule change that we had to go back 2 years ago, to where the weighting of grades, I mean, because weighting, a weighting grade was different in every district based on your grading policy, so we had to go back to unweighted, so with the diploma options. But second,
Alan, too, I guess we'll just need to be clear on the definition of super score going forward as well, and enhancements to the ACT, just so everybody's on the same page with that. State contract may look like one thing as far as what subsections we're actually assessing, but what does the actual super score take into account? It may not take into account all 4 subsections, even though it may be in the best interest of students to have all 4, with the biology test still being an opportunity of 17 on it, being a substitution for, the science ACT being a substitution for biology. So anyway, just making sure we're on the same page.
Yeah,
My understanding, the super score, the composite will not have science
right.
in it.
That's correct. Yeah, it'll be a sub-score. ASVAB's another one. I am not aware of a way we can directly collect that data. I know there's a few states that have been trying to do that, and I know there's some discussion about some flexibility around data collection with those types of assessments, but as of right now, all I'm aware of is a manual data collection on that. The downside to all that is, of course, more work for whoever's entering the data on your end, and unfortunately, more scrutiny about the quality of the work that they do when they enter the data. And then as we have more things that we have to collect from the district, we have to consider more desk audits. So documentation. Just wanted to make that note. Another one is, do they need to approve the prior notes?
Done a formal vote on that, but we could just sort of open it up. Does anybody have any feedback on the prior notes? And maybe say, if you hadn't had a chance to look at them, just in the next week, if you'd email me or Alan and let us know, we'd be glad for your feedback. Anything else for the good of the team?
I think we're supposed to bring it back up now that Paul was in the room about kind of, what's that look like for students if the U.S. history test goes away, as far as for the class of 2026 who's taking the test right now, or kids who have taken it prior to the class of 2026. If next year then there is no U.S. history test, how are they held accountable for all that? Are we going to look at it by cohort or however?
So preliminary conversations, very unofficial. We haven't involved everyone in the agency. It wouldn't be by cohort. We think it would be similar to when it was because it would just be suspended, and unfortunate for the students that have already taken it that didn't need it, but it just, when it ends, it ends, and graduating from that point on, you wouldn't need it. Well, it wouldn't be a phase-in or a cohort piece in preliminary conversations, because we would have to continue to administer the assessment and pay the contract to administer the assessment. And part of this was to be cost savings on the statewide assessment contract to utilize those funds for other things like providing a benchmark assessment, for example, to the state at no cost. So there
That be a 100% MDE decision because the state, the current bill doesn't address that at all. So that's 100%
the
y'all's.
APA process, but it has been determined by our legal staff that they believe that it's up to the State Board of Education based on what is not required in law, that it would be for the State Board to promulgate the rules, but of course it would have to be allowed. Christie, were you gonna say something that?
I just had a closing remark that had nothing to do with what you just talked about. It's one, thanks for letting me participate virtually today. And I want to bring it back to end results because I don't think that gets enough due or celebration. So if you haven't taken time to celebrate end results, do that this weekend. Tell somebody else about them. This is a really big deal, and I don't think it gets enough good news stories out of this. And the final thing is just reflect on the last 10 years. Mississippi's made more progress than any state in the country in the last 10 years. And Black, Hispanic, and free and reduced price lunch low-income kids are way better off in Mississippi than they are in a vast majority of states across the country. Think about what we've done to get there, and just make sure that we're staying the course, because this is a true success story. Not a miracle, just really good policy and a whole lot of hard work. So thank you. I'm excited about NAEP.
And it was nice that the Senate Ed Committee opened with conversations about the NAEP results and the 10-year progress this morning, so that was great to hear them do that.
Great. That feels like a good note to send us off on a high note, Christy. Thank you for that. We are at time. Any other burning closing comments?
I only just had one, not to be the dead horse, but at some point, I'm not sure if this is the platform or is it that we look at the amount, we do have in Jackson Public School have a considerable amount of students that are in the threes, not like Lamar, and Union and all that, but we do need to see why we cannot get those students over that threshold, because they are residing there, they're sitting there. And I don't know if this is here, if it's re-looking at the assessment thresholds, because it's something, we need to look at that.
Thank you.
I think that would be a good, I would say, see how we can capture what percentage of the students in the state are in said category. I know it's at our fingertips, probably, but just to be able to really truly see it and talk about it.
Okay. Yeah, and I sort of hear this as a question of like, how can we understand what their academic progress looks like? Yeah, so thank you. All right, I'm going to close this out. And I thank you all. I'm sure we'll be polling you about, or reaching out about future meetings. And I wish you all